Hey, Terry, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You ready for a fun day at Aqueduct where we'll
Ab-
go through every race
Absolutely.
and then we'll make we'll make our selections. We're going to start with race one, Terry. Race one. We missed race one. What am I talking about? Start at race one.
Yeah.
We're going to race two, Terry, is a mile and a 16th on the turf course, Terry.
Yep.
And let's talk a little bit about what's happened so far at Aqueduct this year in this current meet at a mile and a 16th on the turf. They've had 19 races, Terry. So far, of those 19 races, 2 winners went wire to wire. That's not a whole lot of winners going wire to wire, but hey, what can you say? 12 of the winners, Terry, were stalkers and closers at a mile and a 16th on the turf course at Aqueduct. If you look at the post position, it looks like there is an outside bias, a heavy outside bias. Only 2 horses won from the rail. If you include the 2 and 3 horse, only 7 of the 19 won from the first 3 numbers. 7 of 19 won with a post number of 8 and out, and 12 of 19 ran from 4 and out. So looking at the jockeys, Terry, the top jockeys are Irad and Jose Lescano, both taking home 4 races each. So that's 8 of the 19 won by either one of those two. Add in Jose Ortiz and Luis Saez, both taking 3 at the distance. And those 4 combined for 14 of the 19 wins at the distance. So it sounds like you want one of those 4 jockeys, no?
Yeah, it does.
Trainer wise, Chad Brown and Christophe Clement each took home 3, followed by Claude McGahee the third, who has 2. So it looks like you might find some value there in the jockeys and the trainers. As far as the pace setup goes, Terry, as I mentioned, you probably want a horse that's going to come from off the pace, but the fastest horse out of the gate looks like it's going to be Goose on the Loose. And on the way home, I'm Legit will be the fastest on the way home.
All right.
So I'm hearing right now, they're doing a shoe repair on the paddock on the number 1. So speaking of the number 1, Terry, what do you say we run through the horses and see which ones we like we normally do?
All right. Sounds good to me. This number one, of course, has never raced and basically bred for route distances. Has, mediocre workouts, Other than that, there's not much there that I see except for it's ridden by Trevor McCarthy.
Yes, Trevor, our friend, went from California back to New York. So, yeah, first time starter, Terry, average workouts. Don't see a whole lot in terms of what the horse has done or its pedigree. And so I'm not a big fan of that one myself. So we'll see if there's anything else that we like about the horse when it comes to the finish line. Race number 2, I'll Go All In. Terry, are you willing to go all in on I'll Go All In with Irad? As I mentioned, he has been very strong at the distance.
Well, he's actually my third choice, and of course he has Irad, who's a high percentage winning jockey at this point. He ran second against similar horses last race, and looks like he's improved uh, a little bit. He's got mediocre workouts. So.
All right. So number 3, Terry, is Robin and Eli. Last time out, just missed with Manny Franco. Yeah, look, it's going to be stretching out for the first time now. So his first time around, a couple turns, did have the highest last race speed figure. What do you think about I'll Go All In?
I like it. It's my first choice. As you say, Franco, Manuel Franco is riding, and Chad Brown's trained it. It ran a really good race last race out, and it to me, well, it looks like it's probably going to be the morning line favorite. Has the best turf speed among today's starters.
Yeah, and you look at what's decently bet last time out. That's something that you and I kind of have seen lately has come into play. Were horses that last time out were bet pretty well and they didn't win, but next time out they come home. So number 4 is Autumn Glory, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
This is a first time starter with Dylan Davis. As far as this horse is concerned, it does have, well, I mean, the pedigree is okay. The workouts are fairly strong, at least the most recent one. As I mentioned, Christophe Clement has been pretty hot at the distance. What do you think about the 4?
Yeah, he's my second choice, or she is my second choice, and I like the fact that Clement, Christophe, and Dylan Davis is riding the horse. That combo has won 3 out of 9 starts in the last 14 days, and the trainer wins 24% of the time with 2-year-olds. the breeding suggests she'll like grass. So
Number 5, Regal Rebel. This horse, Terry, didn't show much last time out, but did run for a purse of 85,000. So this time it's only running for 70,000. So from a purse standpoint, a minor drop, but this horse does sort of qualify for that lower odds last time out, 5-1, and got bumped a little bit at the beginning. So maybe we find the horse does a little better this time around.
I think so. I think the bump probably put it kind of off kilter a little bit there. It has the high percentage trainer and can improve when trying grass. It went dirt last time. The Dams won 3, had 3 winners out of 8 starters, and 2 of those were turf winners.
Number 6 is She's a Natural, Terry. The horse didn't show much in its debut, was a long shot. I don't see a whole lot in the workouts from the 6th horse, although I do like John Velasquez on a route horse. He seems to have that timing down pat in the back of his mind, but I don't see much in the way of the She's a Natural to make me hop on that one.
Me neither. The only positive thing is that last workout was a little better than the ones before. So,
Number 7 is another first-time starter here, Terry. For first-time starters, I want to see the horse have at least something along the lines of a top pedigree score or some sort of good workouts. But the one thing I do see here is Jose Lescano. As I mentioned, he's done phenomenally well at the distance so far. So maybe that makes the difference for this horse.
it could, although I don't have it in my picks. It could do all right. That's breeding suggested a like grass, or she'll like grass. So
Number 8 is Sweet Lies, Terry. This is another one that was bet pretty well last time. Jose Ortiz, as I mentioned, has the 3rd best, or tied for 2nd or 3rd, if the way you want to look at it, in terms of wins at the distance. Going to be stretching out for the first time. Going to try grass for the first time. So a whole lot of firsts here for Graham Motion. Do you think it has enough to get through and perhaps take the W here?
Well, you never know. It could. The trainer wins 18% of the races that he starts his month in the 2nd career race, and it was well bet the debut. The Dam has 3 winners from 4 starters, and one of those was a turf winner, and it's got a chance to improve going from dirt to turf.
Yeah, we'll see what it does, right? I like the fact that it was bet well last night. Valentia Island, Terry, another first-time starter. George Weaver wins at 13% in 139 races so far. I don't see a whole lot in the workouts that tells me the horse is going to be blazing fast. Looks more like endurance workouts to me than it does look like the horse, they're trying to get the horse up and out of the gate. So I'd expect this one to maybe get off to a slow start.
Yeah, and the breeding does suggest that she'll like grass, but that's about the only thing I see that's positive at this point.
Number 10, Dream Central. Hasn't been close in 2 races. Terry, any chance that it can get close in this race?
No, I don't think so. I think it's probably going to have to go a little bit cheaper horses or something. No?
For sure. Number 11 is Kara's Daydreamer. Was not bet very well. Didn't fare very well in its debut either.
No, she ran 10th by 26, which was the last place, and she was last the whole race. I think that she's something I'm going to pass on.
All right, finally, number 12, False Hope. It did show some improvement in the last race at Belmont. Ran a mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Did get some betting action in there. 30-1 on the morning line. I think the horse runs better than its current odds of 68-1.
Yeah, it like you said, it showed some improvement, although it had actually dropped a little bit in class, I think, for that race.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a horse also that I would pass on.
All right, so Terry's going to pass on that one. What horses aren't you going to pass on? How are you playing them?
Okay, I like as my first pick number 3, Robin and Ellie. Then I like number 4, Autumn Glory. I like number 2, I'll go all in. And then I like number 5, Regal Rebel.
Terry's going to go 3, 4, 2, and 5. We're in agreement on the 3 horse, Terry, on the top. I'm going to go 3. I'm going to go 2. I'm going to go 8. And then I'm going to go 4. So 3, 2, 8, and 4 for me. If there was going to be a horse that I would throw in there, that kind of was, the last one out, it would be the 6 horse, Terry, for me. So we'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Right now, they're approaching the gate, Terry. So let's go ahead and take a look at the race and see how it breaks down. How's your Friday? How's your Saturday going so far?
Oh, really good. I mean, everything's fine. I got up, got some chores done I had to take care of. I got up pretty early this morning. I got up at 5:30. So
And then you got a text from me, right?
yeah,
Early in the morning.
Yeah.
I should be ready by race 1. Race 1 is over. Maybe by race 2. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, it was all right because something came up that I had to deal with anyway, a family matter. So I went ahead and dealt with that.
Well, I certainly understand that for sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't anything terrible. It was positive. So anyway, so I'm looking forward to today's races. I think it's a really good day. I'm watching not only Aqueduct but also Gulfstream.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So
yeah, we did Gulfstream on our podcast this week. So if you haven't caught that over at Horse Racing Radar, you can also go over to Horse Racing Radar TV here on the YouTube channel. Check that out.
Yeah.
Or you can check it out at horseracingtoday.net. We posted the story there along with everybody's picks and analysis. So if you're going to do the late pick 4 over at Gulfstream Park, Terry, myself, and Sean, all of us went ahead and made our selections. We did an eliminator pick 4, Terry, where everybody had a pick that got knocked out. Or you could lock one in. So only 3 picks, 4 people. I'm kind of curious to see how that plays out.
Me too. It was a lot of fun doing that. So we'll have to see how that works.
Yeah, it's going to work out just fine. I have a feeling, Terry. I think we're going to hit the big one, my man.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but if you haven't caught that, just go on over to, like I said, you can find it at horseracingtoday.net. Along with a lot of picks for today. We put every single track not every single track, because not every single track has it, but we put a lot of tracks up there that have free picks from the local experts. So if you like if you like horse racing, you're going to find plenty over there, including picks for our friends over at Guaranteed Tip Sheet. So you should like all that. They're loading up now, Terry. So we're getting about ready for race number 2, race number 1 for you and I.
Yeah,
9 horses going, and let's check this out. We'll run through the race, and when it goes final, then we'll start to prepare for race number 3. What do you think about that?
Sounds good to me. I watched race number 1, and my second choice actually won that race. So, and my third choice ran second, so that wasn't too bad.
Now that worked out all right for you, no?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. So, anyway,
they're getting into the gate, Terry.
Yeah, number 5 just went in. Here comes the 6.
Yeah, 11. He's kind of taking his time.
Yeah, give him a little bit of problem. Yes, chomping at the bit, as they say. Backing up a little bit.
Yeah, they really want to take their time to get in today, huh? Oh, there they go, and they're off, Terry. So it looks like, well, they're heading into that first turn, and it looks to me like the 12 horse, but it looks like the 5. I don't know. They always got those GPS things a little bit wrong. So the 5's up on the lead, and they're heading on the first time past the finish line, going into the, what are you going to call this, the 1.5 first turn?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think it's 1.5 first. You're watching it on something where mine's a little bit behind. So
I see. So the 5 horses on the lead follow closely by the 3. The 9's not too far behind with the 2. Then you got the 12, the 4. Yeah, I said that 12 would run better than its 60-1 shot odds.
Yeah.
Right now, your 5 horse is on the lead, doing pretty well. They're all starting to tighten in. That first half went 48-5, kind of a little bit, let's say, on the okay side. Not too fast, not too slow. They're all starting to kind of close in a little bit. Pack is getting a little bit tighter. You have the 11 horse in the back starting to make its move as they come into the turn, but the 5 is still on the lead, Terry.
Yep.
And here comes the 3 and the 2. With the 9, the 4, it's going to be a close one down to the wire. And the 3 just went by the 5. Here comes, oh, my Lord, I'm going to cry. Oh, no, okay, that's the 4 horse. I was going to say.
Who'd you
Four
think it
horse
was?
is going to win. So it's going to go 4, 3, 2, and da-da-da-da-da-da. It looks to me like you're going to have
Ooh,
4,
that
3,
four's
2, and
close.
then the 7. 4, 3, 2, 7, 10, and then 8.
That four closed really well.
He did. So, well,
Well,
you had the 3, the 4, and the 2 in your top 3 picks. I had it in my top 4 picks.
yep.
Needed that 8 to get up there for third for me, but I think what number did I say finished fourth?
I don't remember. Let me look here.
Well, as they come home, it looks. Was it the 8 horse? No, I think the 8 horse is making its move. He's kind of bouncing around a little bit on the outside. No, it was the 7 horse that finished.
Yeah, I
third.
think it was 7. Yeah,
Yeah, the 7.
which means he really the 7 closed really well to get fourth.
So yes, 4, 3, 2, and 7, Terry. So we had both of us had the trifecta in our opening 4 picks. So that's a good way to start.
It
Aqueduct
is.
live today.
It's really good. Yes.
All right. So we'll be back then, Terry and I, 10 minutes to post, about 15 minutes to post for race number 3. So hold tight. We'll be right back and we'll run through all of the same stuff that we ran through. Biases, post position biases, speed bias, horses that should do well, that sort of thing. What's your pick 6 looking like, Justin? We haven't put one together yet, Terry. You want to put one together for him?
Yeah, I can do it. Yep.
Okay. Who you guys like the nice carryover? Terry's going to put one together for you, Justin, and he'll get that pick 6 together. I'll put some picks together if I have a moment. I do a lot of the, all of you could tell a lot of that background work for the post position bias and all that graphics and all that kind of stuff. So it takes me a minute between races to get ready to go. So we'll see you 10 minutes to post for race number 3.
See you then.
See you then, Terry. Well, about 15 minutes to post. Forgive me. I'm
Okay.
15 minutes to post. right, Terry, we're off to race number 3. I guess we're a little bit behind 15 minutes. It looks like it takes me a few more minutes than I thought to get ready.
Yeah.
But this one is 6 furlongs, Terry, on the main track. So far, they've run 23 races at the distance in the current meet at Aqueduct. And 6 of the 23 went wire to wire. So it looks like there might be a little bit of a speed bias in this race, Terry. In fact, 16 of the 23 were either first, second, or third at the first call. You know, surprisingly, so far, none have won from the wire. And it looks like Manny Franco and Irad Ortiz are the ones that do the best. So let's take a look at what the pace might look like, Terry, early on. So out of the gates, it looks like you're going to have the fast getaway, get A off to a fast start. And on the way home, Terry, you're going to have Scuttlebutt as your horse that comes home with the most pace. So let's go ahead and run down the horses in the field. We use Brisnet, Terry and I, when we do our analysis. So the first horse is Guildsman with Irad Ortiz in the irons, Terry, making his 4 start off a layoff. Last time out,
yeah, he didn't do very well last time out. He went 6 wide in the upper stretch, but really had no impact on the race. He does have the best turf speed among today's starters, and the rail post is winning at a 19% clip. So,
yeah, and just looking at the horse in general, the only thing I see here that, aside from Irad, who doesn't look like he's ridden a horse in the last 10 starts, but aside from Irad, there's really not a whole lot I like in there, especially off that last race. But it is taking a slight drop in terms of purse from $94,000 last time out to $84,000 this time. So maybe that's an interesting angle. Number 2, Chesterton is scratch, main track only option here. So number 3 is Town of Gold, Terry. This is a horse that ran for a purse of $100,000 last time, $84,000. So a drop in class, was a non-graded stakes, and it also has the top pedigree in the field.
Yeah, and it actually had a little problem. It was bumped at the break and was 2 to 3 wide in the turn. So it has a little bit of excuse. The trainer wins 50% of the races when he introduces Lasix the second time with Lasix. So that might be a good positive thing for this horse.
Could do pretty well. Number 4, Where You Was. This horse, Terry, won its last race on a all-weather track at Presque Isle Downs. I'm not afraid of horses going from all-weather to turf. They usually does work out pretty well. Ran some of the fastest opening fractions for any horse in this field last time out. So maybe the horse can get to the lead and then hang on.
You never know. He's 2 for 6 this year, and he's won 2 of them out of 6 starts, and he's been second twice. So he's been on the money quite a bit.
But he's scratched, so never mind.
Oh, okay.
I just realized I wrote down scratched. Number 5, Scuttlebuzz, Terry. This is a horse for the course, Terry. He's run at Aqueduct 3 times, won all of them.
Yep.
You put him over on any other track 12 times. He's only got 2 wins and is a sucker for the distance. Ran it 7 times with 5 wins in 2 seconds. So looks to me like the 5 horse is a horse for the course that likes the distance.
Yeah, and he likes to close too. He likes to come from pretty deep back usually. His best turf speed is faster than the average winning speed. So
if you look a couple races back, though, Terry, the last 2, it looks like he was bumped. So maybe that altered its start a little bit. But the 3 races before that was really more of a stalker than a closer. So maybe you'll see him a little bit closer to the front than usual.
And you could, yeah.
Number 6 is Bally Dooley. This is going to be a horse that looks like it wants to be up on the lead, Terry. Manny Franco has done pretty well on speed horses. At the distance, has won 2 out of 3, so likes the distance. Probably going to be a pace setter, making the 3rd start off a layoff. Last time, the horse made it through a 3-race cycle, and the only time it made it through a 3-race cycle. The 3rd race was a little bit of a regression from the 2nd race. If it follows that path again, then I would be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, well, he does like the distance. He's won 2 out of 3 at this distance. He likes the turf. He's won 33% of the races on the turf. And, oh, wait a minute. This is not a turf race, is it?
It is on the turf, outer turf.
Okay, yeah. So he's may improve at the shorter distance, too, because he does like to run on top.
Number 7 is Competitive Saint, Terry. The Competitive Saint horse is another one taking a slight drop. Last time it was the favorite, so we've been talking a little bit about horses that get bet, kind of don't get bet after being a low odd horse. This was a low odd horse last time, making its third start off a layoff. The only other time the horse made it through 3 races in a row, it had to walk off the field. So no really idea what they expect from this horse in its third start.
Yeah, it actually it has a really good workout on November 21st, 47-2. Was the 5th best out of 108, and the trainer wins 24% of the time when bringing a beaten favorite back.
Number 8 is Artemis City Limits. Won its last race at Belmont. Going to be making its 4th start off a layoff. The horse hasn't made it through a 4-horse cycle yet. 4 consecutive speed figure increases, Terry, and the only horse in the field that last time ran a speed figure above par for this level. So if he can run that race again for Michael Maker and Luis Saez, then he's going to win again.
Yeah, and he has a really sharp workout on the November 28th. 48-4 breezing, 21st out of 146 race then. And then he's 100% of the time in the money this year, winning two of those races. He just likes to be there in the mix. So I think he's going to be one of the horses to really watch.
One of the ones to beat. Cocina, the kitchen in Spanish, is going to make its 3rd start off a layoff, coming in from Del Mar, Santa Anita. Been a West Coast horse, but does have some experience here at Aqueduct. Did run on the dirt track back in November of 27th of 2020. So maybe a return to no Aqueduct on the dirt, on the grass, making the 2nd start off a claim for Michael Maker, which is a good angle for him, winning at about 21%.
Yeah, and it's a really good jockey trainer combination. They've won 2 out of 2 races in the last 14 days. Has a really good workout on November 29th. And he is coming in from the West Coast, and I like that angle too. I like horses coming from the West Coast come to the Eastern tracks. So
finally, number 10 is Fast Getaway, Terry. Fast Getaway is currently 8-1 on the board, 10-1 morning line. It was claimed last time out, and now making the 1st start for Oscar Barrera, the 3rd. Horses that are making the 1st start off a claim for him, not the highest angle maybe, but it does have a good weight break here, and has hit the board in 3 of 3 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and it's been off since August, but it does have a really good workout on November 28th at Belmont. 4 furlongs, 3rd best out of 146.
All right, Terry, so how are you going to play this race?
Okay, I like the number 8 horse, Artemis City Limits, as my first choice. Number 5, Scuttlebuzz, as my second choice. Number 9, Cocina, as my third choice. Yeah. And then number 3, Town of Gold, is my 4th pick.
So you're going 8, 5, 9, and 3. So, all right, how would you bet them? Are you betting exactas, trifectas? How are you going to bet them?
Well, in this race, because I think it's pretty wide open, I would box all 4 of those in the trifecta and exacta.
All right. For me, I'm going to go, Terry. I'm going to put the 5 on top, Scuttlebutt, then the 10, and then the 8, and then the 3. So we agree on most horses, except you have the 9, where I have the 10. Yep. And we'll see how they line up when it goes official for sure. Right now, they're coming out of the paddock, so it looks like Aqueduct is a little bit behind today. Yeah, for sure. Right.
It is a little bit, and I have the 4 is scratch, Justin. Yeah, we realize that
he's liking the 3 here. Yeah, we both have the 3 in our picks.
Yeah, right? We do.
Both have them 4ths.
Yeah, and also for Justin, I have what I would play in the pick 6 if you want to know.
So let's have your pick 6, Terry. Hold on. Give me a second, all right?
All right. Because
I'm going to put a banner together while you do it. So forgive me, folks. I need to be able to edit while Terry talks. This is the thing with live YouTube. Things happen in real time. All right. So pick 6, Terry. What race does it start in?
With the 5th race.
Hold on. Terry P6. Race 5. All right.
Okay, now this is $1 pick 6, so you can't spread as much as I normally like to. But
is that what Aqueduct is, a buck?
Is a buck, yeah.
So race 5.
Okay, I like the 2, 5, 6.
So you can't go as far as he usually likes to do, and he starts off with 3 horses. All right.
with the 256.
Hold on, Terry. So race number 6, you got to tell me. Hold on a second. What I'm on. Race 5. You like the 2, 5, and 6. Race 6.
2, 5, and 6.
2, 5. So you're repeating the. Give me 1 second, Terry, as I'm trying to make this so it looks readable. All right. So then race number 7.
I want a single with the 2.
Just the 2. Okay. Race
8.
8. Hold on 1 second, my man. I'm just said I'm trying to make all this look legible. Race 8.
The 1 and the 7.
1 and 7. Race number. Hold on. Race number 9. All right, Terry.
Is the 3, 5, 6.
5, 6. Okay. Race 10.
Is the 2, 3. And that should be a $108 ticket. If you have enough budget in that last race, in the 10th race, I would suggest adding the 1.
All right, so there you go. Terry's $108 pick 6 for race 5, 2, 5, 6. Terry, make sure I got this right. All right.
Okay.
Race 6, the 2, 5, and 6. Race 7, solo up being the 2. Race number 8, the 1 and the 7. Race 9, the 3, 5, and 6. Race 10, 2 and 3 for $108. And if you got more cash, if you're living on Terry's budget, you're going to toss the 1 in there on the end.
On the end, that's right.
All right. All right. So
hope it does well for everybody, including myself.
Yeah, especially for the people who play it, right?
Yeah.
That's if you don't play it, what difference does it make? So right now, about 2 minutes to go, Terry, to the to post. It looks like they're a little bit behind here. You have the 8 horse is currently the favorite at 2-1.
Yep.
And then behind that is the 5 horse at 7-2. And then the 9 horse at 9-2. And after that, it looks like to me it's 2-1 is really not, especially for a New York track, really not a heavy favorite.
No, it's not. So
sort of a moderate favorite. If you're new to here, if you haven't done it already, please make sure that you follow up with us on Facebook by liking us at. You can do it at Horse Race, 2 places actually now. Horse Race, the number 2, and then day. So you can follow us on Facebook there. Twitter, Horse Race Today as well. And then you can follow us on Facebook also at Racing Radar, Twitter at Racing Radar, and of course here at Racing Radar TV. Just give us a like, a thumbs up. Those things help us move up the algorithms so that more people can find us and that Terry and I can maybe earn 3 cents a month from YouTube video ads.
That's right.
Yeah, they don't make a whole lot of money from those things. That's
no, you
sure.
don't. So, anyway.
Yeah, and if you haven't yet, our friend Sean put up a really nice article over at horseracingtoday.net.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that. There was with the jockey Jose Vargas talking about how he travels all over the countryside, Terry.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good article. So
if you head on, you'll see it over at, let me pull it up on the screen, horseracingtoday.net. You can also find what Terry and I and Sean and everybody else did for our picks. There you go. Any place, anytime, anywhere for jockey Jorge Vargas Jr. You see here, these are all the tracks where we have collected the local expert picks. So you can go on over there and check out. So if you example, if we're doing at Aqueduct today, you'll see if you click on Aqueduct, I have to speed it up a little bit. You have picks from Guaranteed Tip Sheet, Predictum, New York Talking Heads, NYRA, Time Form. That's our friend David Aragona, who's been a guest on our podcast. Steve Matthews is one of our more entertaining guests for sure. Right, Terry?
He is. Yeah, absolutely.
And then Capital OTB, they have their sheet there. So there's a lot of picks there that you can choose from, including Terry and I, right here live on Horse Racing Radar TV. So let's take a look at how this race is going to play out, Terry.
Okay, sounds good to me. Looks like the 8's going to be the 9-5 favorite.
Looks like it, right?
Yeah.
And then you have them on top. I have the 8 coming in third.
Yep.
And they're off.
All right.
And the 10 horse, like we suspected, would be that we picked it right in our forecasting for the pace setup. We said it would be right. The 10 and the 6. So we got the 10, the 6, and the 8, Terry. Up on the front, setting the tone early on. The 10 has the lead on the rail with the 6 nose to tail. Then the 8's probably nose to tail on the 6 horse. They're turning in to the turning into the first turn there, or the only turn. The opening quarter was 21-9, so pretty fast. The 6 horse looks like it's starting to fade. Here comes the 8 horse Terry.
Yep.
And the 8 horse is charging hard. He hasn't really asked the 10 to go, but he's going to run right by the 10 right now. Maybe not. Here comes your 9 horse Terry. But the 5 horse looks like he's the one that's going to run by them all in the end, Terry. Yes, indeed he is. So 5, 8, 9, and 10. Huh. So you had the top 3 again. Too bad we didn't have that 10 horse in there, right?
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll take it.
Yep, well, take it too, right? Opening trifecta is my top pick, one right there at 7-2. So I'll take a top pick at 7-2.
That's
exactly.
Right. You did really well there. So
well, not as well as you, but all right. So off to a good start so far today, Terry.
Yep, sounds good to me.
All right. Well, Terry and I will be back then for more race analysis for race number 4. Hopefully about 15 minutes to post, Terry. Let's see if we can get that done this time.
Okay. Sounds good.
Fantastic. Terry, we'll see you then.
All right. I'll see you.
Hey, Terry, back for race number 4. Let's look back at race number 3 real quick. So you had that trifecta, and we both had the exacta. So the 5-horse, the top pick to win, paid $9.50.
Yep.
The exacta there with the 5-8 for a buck paid $12.60. Your trifecta for 50 cents, the 589 paid $22. Not too bad.
Yep.
Hey, where else can you do that in 2 minutes, Terry?
Right? I don't know. And I just watched Gulfstream, my pick of the day. My second and third choice won and ran second. So my first choice had problems coming out of the gate, but
that's never fun.
No, but at least we got 2 of them in there.
But if you want to see Terry's pick of the day every single day, you can go over to horseracingradar.net. We couldn't afford the .com because it was $14.99 a month. I mean, a year instead of $9.99 a year. So, but actually, it just wasn't available. That's why we didn't get horseracingtoday.com. Horseracingtoday.net. You can see right here every day on the homepage. You will find Terry's pick of the day. So Terry's racing best bet for Gulfstream Park today. And every day, Terry's pick will be there. So as you see, he had number 5, Trapezoid as his top pick, Zanesville and Blue Steel, who he said came home to make the exacta. What did that exacta pay, Terry?
It hasn't cleared yet. So it just now finished. The 6 ran first, then the 8 ran second. And the 2 days prior to that, I had the trifecta both days. Of course, the exacta. So today I get the exacta. The 5 actually ran, I think, 4th or 5th.
All right. Let's take a look at race number 4 today at Aqueduct. It is 1 mile on the main track, Terry. And there's some really interesting trends here. Terry's got a phone call. So it's somebody calling him to congratulate him for his Gulfstream pick of the day. Number 1 running for home, Terry, is not in this race, but if we take a look at the races so far at the track and distance, there have been 14 of them. Only 1 of them went wire to wire. And only if you add in the 2 and the 3, only 3 of them won. Actually, 8 of the winners, 8 of the 12 winners have been horses that were 4th or more at the quarter-mile marker. As far as the post is concerned, again, you find some interesting trends here. Only 1 winner from the post. And then if you add in the 2, you got another one. So you got 2 winners from the post. The 2 has 1, and then 11 of the 14. So between the 1 and the 2, 3 wins, and then 11 of the 14 winners were posts 5 and out. So it looks to me like you have a little bit of a outside closer bias so far at 1 mile on the main track at Aqueduct. As far as jockeys are concerned, Luis Saez has 3 wins. Our friend, and when we wrote our friend Sean wrote the article about, Jesse Vargas has 2, and he doesn't ride there full time. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. And then Jimmy V also has 2 wins. Interestingly, as far as trainer is concerned, Terry, Todd Pletcher has dominated. He's won 5 of the 14, and no other trainer has more than 1. So keep that in mind as we work our way through the horses and our analysis of each horse. On the way out, it looks like Regal Quality will be the fastest horse, and on the way home, O'Shea Butter Can You See, along with the 5-horse Cecilia Mike. And it looks to me like Cecilia Mike, the 5, might have the best combination of early pace and late pace. So that might be something that plays in as that 1 mile race goes on. Let's take a look at every horse in this field, Terry. Again, we use Brisnet. You can use Brisnetta's too. 1 mile claiming 16,000. As I mentioned, the 1 horse is scratched. So we will start with the 2 horse who is now on the rail. Keep that in mind. The rail horse has not done very well, Terry. This horse has done okay at Aqueduct, though.
Yeah, it has. It's won 3 out of 13. Second twice and the third once. So it's been 6 times in the money out of 13 races. The distance is not a problem. It's been 6 times out of 12 in the money with that, winning 3 of those. And it's a closer. It likes to close. It closed to run third by 6.5 lengths at Belmont in his last race.
Yeah, and this horse also, Terry, is one that does have some of the had one of the top last race speed figures, top 3 in there, and did finish in the top 3. It did show some improvement. Here's something I like to see. So you see the horse was 8.88, 8.6, 6. And it was 6.66, and the distance here instead of 8.5 is 3.5. Third by 6.5, so not much better, but still, nonetheless, you improve from race to race. So I do like to see that. Horse number 3, Terry, is legit. Was not legit last race, and it's one of its only 2 tries on turf. Didn't like it. 10th out of 10 by 14 lengths. So for a reward, it got gelded. Poor thing.
Poor thing, yeah.
But it is dropping in class, and that does have a history of some fast opening fractions.
Yeah, and they added blinkers today, which might help. So, of course, like you said, he didn't really seem like he liked the grass at all. He ran a decent third at Saratoga the race before, and he's won 1 out of 5 races at Aqueduct, and he likes the distance. He's been in the money 3 out of 4 times, winning 2 of those.
Absolutely, for sure. Number 4 is Kumar, Gustavo Rodriguez. I usually like to see this, Terry. You see here, Gustavo Rodriguez is the trainer. He's also the owner. So I'd like to see that. The horse is making its 5th time off layoff. Again, last time out, you see some nice improvement in the speed figures, and you see some nice improvement in terms of where the horse was. The first call, the second call, and in the stretch, and as far as which, even though it finished 3rd relative to 2nd, it was only 3/4 of a length behind the winner last time out. So some improvement there. Although one thing I do not like here, so it's kind of a mixed signal. The fractions in that race were a little bit slower. So yeah, mixed signals on that horse.
Yeah, although it does have a really good jockey in Jose Lascano, who's in the last 7 days. 23 mounts, been in the money 12 times, winning 6 of those. It's won 2 out of 12 races at Aqueduct and 4 out of 14 races at today's distance. So I think it's not too bad looking.
Yeah, it did run one of the better speed figures last time out too for this field. Cecilia Mike, and also did increase its speed figure 3 in a row, which is sometimes a good angle. Number 5, Cecilia Mike, is gonna it did post the highest last race speed figure, raced a lot in its life, 10% winner, 6 out of 60 races, 3 of those in 25 starts, so a little bit under that win percentage at Aqueduct, Terry. When you look at Cecilia Mike, Terry, it's another one that does have some history of some fractions that can be a little bit quicker relative to everybody else out there. I know it doesn't look it, but when you actually measure the fractions, it's not that bad. Did finish in the top 3 by a neck last out at a mile.
Yeah, it was close. It actually has the highest last speed rating in the field here, and it has the best dirt speed among today's starters. The workout, the 28th in preparation for this race, is not terrible. It's okay. 49.3 is a good workout. It's won 10% of its starts, and it's been in the money 36 times out of 60 starts. So, yeah,
getting a little bit of a weight break with Christian Ramos in the mount at only 16.5 pounds, but Christian's only got 1 win, not been in the money in 23 races. So maybe another day. Number 6 is Supreme Aura. The horse has hit the board in 6 of 7 at Aqueduct, Terry, and making its 2nd start off a layoff.
Yeah, it actually was the favorite in the last race, and the trainer, when bringing back a favorite, wins 24% of those time races, and it's cutting back in distance, which should help. It has the highest speed figure at today's distance, so it's a horse that has a pretty darn good chance, I think.
Yeah, it should be in the mix, I think. O'Shea, can you see? Daniel Laxmeyer is the trainer. Michael Luzzi, he's a winner of 1 out of 11 races so far, Terry. Did make a really strong late close last time out, so it was decently bet too. So 2nd time off a layoff. Horse usually runs a race pretty similar to the first one off a layoff. Maybe needs a little bit of a cleaner break.
Yeah, he's finished 11 times out of 19 starts at Aqueduct, and he's won 3 of those. So he seems to like this track, and he's eligible to improve after this last race, which was a really good race, especially that closing that he did. So
Hasn't fared well at a mile, though,
No.
with only a second and a third.
Yeah.
American Lincoln hasn't fared very well at all lately, Terry. I think the closest it's been in its last 10 races to the leader was 7 3/4 lengths, a long, long time ago. But it happened to be at Aqueduct.
Yeah, well, it's won 4 out of 18 in Aqueduct. So, and it's been 4 out of 17 at this distance wins. But it's just not in form right now, I don't think. I think it's pretty needs to.
How would you like to be the jockey Benjamin Hernandez and you get a call from your agent? Hey, I got you on a horse that hasn't been within 9 1/4 of the winner in the last 10.
Well,
thank you.
Maybe he said, "Oh, maybe I can do something about it." Who knows? Although
so Rob Atras, who's a student of Robertino Diodoro, is making the first start with Kendrick Carmouche and Regal Quality in the 9 horse. One thing that I'm sure that Robert learned from Robertino Diodoro is when you claim a horse, and I know this from Robertino because he told us this on the Player's Edge podcast. When they claim a horse, that barn has a specific race in mind. I'm sure, considering Rob was an understudy for Robertino, that he's got the same philosophy. So first time after a claim for Rob is a 27% winner, and I can't tell you how many times with Robertino I see first time off a claim, and that horse wins.
Yeah, and I like this horse. This horse ran a really good race last time race, so I think it's got a good chance in here.
Well, a lot of people think he has a good chance, Terry, because he is right now the favorite, and it's a big horse relative to the rest. And jockey Kendrick Carmouche is away from the lead pony. And I know from talking with Jose Ortiz that when your horse pulls away from the lead pony many times, that is a sign that the jockey feels that the horse is ready to go.
Yeah, he looks pretty good, too. He's prancing there pretty well. That looks nice.
Yes, so indeed, he looks like he's going to be a major competitor in this field, Terry. So how are you going to lay it out? Your bet.
Well, I like number 9, Regal Quality, as my first pick. Number 6, Supreme Aura, is my second pick. Number 3, Legit, is my third. Number 2, Direct Order, is my fourth.
So I'm going to go, Terry. I'm going to go number 2. And then I'm going to put in the 4. And then the 9, Terry. And then I'm going to wrap it up with the 6 horse like you. So Terry's going 9, 6, 3, 2. I'm going 2, 4, 9, and 6. Of course, we'll find out how they line up when it goes official.
And I also have the results of that third race at Gulfstream where my second and third picks came in. My second pick paid $9.40, $5.60, and $4.20. My third pick paid $8.20 to place and $4.80 to show.
So that might have been a nice exacta.
It was for $1. It was $41.60. And so if you
had gone over to horseracingtoday.net to get Terry's pick of the day, it would have not cost you money. It would have made you $41, right?
That's right. Well,
for a $6 box.
For a $6 box, you would have got 41. So
that's like investing in cryptocurrencies, Terry.
It is. It's really good. So
yeah, it's probably better than cryptos these days, right? You need some hey, you know what? Terry's I got a thing. We can get it. We can make t-shirts and we'll say Terry's bet of the day is a hedge against inflation.
That's a good one. Yeah, maybe we should do that, huh?
We should do that. Hey, speaking of which, I did this last night. I haven't really filled out the all the gear yet, but over at horseracingtoday.net, you'll see a place where it says HRT merch. I created these t-shirts last night. So what do you think of this t-shirt, Terry?
Oh,
hold on a second. Let me pull up this guy here. So
okay.
You see there's the back with the Horse Racing Today logo, the number 1, a red shirt, like in the, the racing aprons.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the front, you got that one. Look at that. That looks good. No,
it does. Yeah.
Indeed.
He's number 1.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'm going to make sure it's like this for everything. Like for number 2 is going to be a white shirt with the black 2, the 3, a blue shirt with the white 3. So I'm going to make all the aprons and put them out there. And I think it would make, if you have a horse racing, I'm going to make hats and stuff too. They'll all be over at horseracingtoday.net. I think if you got a horse racing fan for a family member, I think it would make a hell of a Christmas gift. And for now, for the next, I think 3 weeks, like 13 days, you can get 15% off. So,
all right.
I mean, for me, I'm going to get a hat for myself and a shirt, and I'm definitely going to get number 1, Terry.
Sounds good. Yeah. I'm going
But
to do
yeah,
the
I think
same.
it'll
But
be kind of cool. I've not seen people wear shirts like that, and I thought, I've always thought I wanted one. I've looked for one, I couldn't find one, so I said, you know what? My mother used to tell me as a child, if you want something done, and do it yourself, right?
that's
So they're
right.
off in race number 4,
Yeah. Here
Terry,
we
and the
go.
4 horse is the one who got the lead. And if you recall, when we had him as our second pick in terms of our early pace numbers, the 9 horse who we had up on the lead is right now the favorite. He's running about 4 wide, probably about 2 lengths back from the leader. So they head down the middle of the back stretch. It's a pretty tight field right now. You got 5 horses up to the front. The 4 is about a length clear of everybody else. The 2 is there with the 5 right to his outside. The 9 is making its move now. It looks to me like the jockey on the 5 is standing the tallest, Terry. So I think that he must feel like he has some horse there in Cecilia Mike.
Yeah, I think he does, doesn't he? It's
Sure looks like it.
moving up a little bit too.
Mm-hmm. My 4 horse, my second pick, remains on the lead. He hasn't really run 48 and 3, probably not the fastest fractions in the world.
No.
Not the slowest either. So it's probably pretty fair. You have everybody else is going wide. Here, it looks to me like right now, it's not going to really change much. 4 looks like it has this race in hand, unless the 6 horse finds his way to the lead, which it looks like it's going to be close, which is my 4th pick. I'd rather my second pick win than my 4th pick, but nonetheless,
better odds.
So it goes 4, 6, 2, and 9, I think, Terry, unless the 6 gets the call. So I had all 4 of those picks in my pick 4. So I have in my 4 picks. So that would be a superfecta. Unfortunately, it's not an ice cold one, because the ice cold superfectas always taste better.
I know they do. They do. It's like a slushy.
7-Eleven slushy, right?
That's right. Yeah, well, that was good. That was a good race.
We'll call it a super slushy. We'll put those in our t-shirts.
Yeah, it looks like that 9 just kind of run out of gas and just kind of stopped there.
Well, I think the 9, looking at our pace setup, we had him again as the horse that should get out on the lead.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a horse that when it doesn't get the lead, it gets discouraged.
Could be.
Because there are horses like that, right?
Yeah.
I know that when I'm making bets and they don't win, I get discouraged, Terry.
I do too, especially if I don't get any kind of run at all. So that's really tough.
So the 4 horse went off at 9-1. I really hope that he won, Terry, because the 6 horse, yes, it went 4. Ooh, the 5 beat the 9, so I don't have the superfecta, Terry.
Oh boy, right at the
end. But
end.
The 4, 6, and 2 were in my. Yeah, I thought the 9 had it, but oh well. 4, 6, and 2. So I still have the trifecta with a $20 horse on top and the favorite running out. That was the 9 horse. So that's still going to pay pretty nice, I feel like.
Oh yeah, should pay really good.
Well, we'll talk about how much it paid, Terry, and we'll break down race number 5, 15 minutes to post.
All right, sounds good to me.
See you then. Again, if you like what you see, so far we've got a couple thumbs up, a couple likes, a couple hearts. We really appreciate that. Keep doing it. If you're watching us on YouTube, thumbs up, help us move up the rankings and the Google. Subscribe if you haven't already at Horse Racing Radar TV on YouTube, or you can follow us at Horse Race Today at both Facebook and Twitter, and Racing Radar at both Facebook and Twitter. Terry and I will see you 15 minutes to post. Leave your YouTube channel on. Listen for the music to start, and then Terry and I will be right behind.
All right, see you then.
See you then. Terry stepped away for a second. He'll be right back, though. I can see him pulling up into his chair. So as soon as he gets his headphones in, we'll get started with race number 5 at Aqueduct. It looks like Terry's got his headphones in right about now. Terry, you ready to join us?
I am. Yes.
Yes, indeed. That Aqueduct race number 5 and the race number 4, Terry, that exacta, or that trifecta paid, I think, $40 or something like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, $48.25 for 50 cents. So between Terry's best bet and the trifecta in the last race, it was a pretty good half an hour for us right there, Terry.
Was very good.
Unquestionably. So race number 5, Terry, is a mile and a 16th on the, I don't know if it's an inner turf course there or what you want to call it, but it is an inner turf course. They mark the other one as an outer turf. Mm-hmm. Race number 1 was at the same distance. So we talked a little bit about what those races look like so far at Aqueduct. So 19 races, 20 of them now. If I remember the first race, a stalker won that race too. So as it stands right now, 13 of 20 winners were stalkers, Terry. The average post position, who won the first race, Terry? The first race was won by number
1. By number 1.
By number 1. So the post has 3 wins, Terry, at 20 races. But most of the time so far at the meet anyway, 7 of the 20, so 35% of the winners came from posts 8 and out. Irad Ortiz, Jose Lescano are the top 2 jockeys at the distance. And then you have Jose and Luis Saez. There's 1 win behind those guys. Trainer Chad Brown and Christophe Clement win the most so far, 3, with Claude McGahee coming in right behind with 2. Let's take a look as we do, and because I feel like pace all the time. You've heard him say pace makes race, Terry. So yep. I feel like the pace helps us out a little bit, and it's played pretty true to form today. Looking at the early pace, you have Miss Invincible, likely to be the fastest horse out of the gate. On the way home, where closing does matter, Terry, the 2 horse looks like it might have the best late pace, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Followed by the 1 horse, Walikia and Rosebug, who I think at the moment, the 6 horse is, I think, the favorite at the moment. Let me look and see based upon the odds right now. Nah, well, this race is wide open. The 2 horse is actually your favorite at 7-2. Mm-hmm. So, which is that tells me this 2-year-old maiden special weight race for a mile and a 16th is wide open, as they say, Terry.
It is. Yep.
All right, so let's run down the field, Terry. Race number 5, the 1 horse is Walikia, maybe. Last time out, finished 4th, a 6 by 14.5 lengths. Jose Ortiz is on. And any reason to think that this horse will improve in race number 2?
Well, maybe. It did have a pretty good workout the 29th of November, 37-1. But it's not a pick that I have in mind. But it did. If you look at that race between the stretch, top of the stretch, and the finish, it closed pretty good out to run 6th.
Well, one thing I'll point out to you, Terry, it's one of only 2 horses in the field that ran a speed figure last time over par for this level. Mm-hmm. And the second thing I'm going to point out for you, Terry, is that Jose Ortiz was also on he also rode he rode one of these other horses last time out, and he decided to stay on this one. And he also rode the 5 horse Hard Place last time out.
Great.
So now John Velasquez. So it looks to me like Jose decided to stick with the 1 horse over the 5 horse. If he had a choice, sometimes they don't have a choice. Nice workouts though. Number 2 is Ethetric. The horse last time was well bet. Was 3-1 odds. But if you look at the late pace figure, Terry, on this horse, let me pull it up on the screen real quick. I have to I have so many different things open that I get confused where I'm at sometimes. So if you look at the late pace figures on this horse last time out, Terry, it ran a 107, which is by far the highest number in this field. That tells me that Ethetric has a really good, strong late kick. Maybe it gets off to a better start today.
Yeah, I agree. And it had no room at the 8th, which affected, its race. And it really closed well in the stretch, about 7 lengths to run 3rd. I I really like the fact that the trainer wins 27% of the maiden special weight races that he enters mounts in.
Yeah, that's a pretty high level. And the horse hasn't run since October 7th, a little bit of a break. Looks like some maintenance works out. Maintenance work. All right, Rich. Maintenance workouts to me.
Yep.
Number 5, market segmentation. I don't like when they put all those words together into one, but you have a pretty powerful combination here with Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz, which, they dominate the New York circuit.
Absolutely. Has a really good workout on the November 28th, 8th best out of 36, a 49.4, breezing from the gate. I always like it when they do from the gate. So it makes a big difference to me.
Number 4 is For the Flag, Terry. This is the one that is making its second start off a layoff, second grass race, which you'll tell us for Claude McGay, who, as I mentioned, is one of the better trainers at the distance and surface, Terry. Big improvement from race 1 to race 2. Are we going to see similar race improvement in race 3?
Could be. It showed a lot of early speed. And of course, as you said, it really improved. It went from a 44 speed rating to 73. And it's had a decent workout the 29th of November.
Last time out, too, ran for a purse of $90,000. So a little bit of a drop to an $80,000 purse. Yeah. Number 5 is The Hard Place, John Velasquez. As I mentioned, Jose Ortiz either decided to get off this horse or decided to, it got committed to that horse. But this is another one that kind of ran evenly, but made a little move at the end. That late pace figure of 83 doesn't compare, though, to the 107 of the 2.
No, but it did close well. And it's been doing, like you said, average workouts. It ran second, similar to the same type of horses last time.
Number 6 is Rosebud, Terry. It's a horse that did one of 2 horses that had a last race speed figure over par. Should be one of the pace setters, as it does have showed some good early, a little bit of early pace last time out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really seems to like the turf, because when they put it on the turf last time out, it was only beating the neck. So, and it was the favorite at the time
for less than even money. So you should see one. I probably see a pretty good rebound here. Some decent workout since that October 2nd run. I do like the fact that it increased its late pace numbers there as well. Number 7 is Ever Summer, ridden by Joel Rosario. As I mentioned, Christophe Clement is another one that's pretty good at the distance and surface. What do you think about Joel and Christophe getting this one home first?
Well, I'm just not sure. I think Joel is off of all his mounts because he.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he had a spill the other day, and after he crossed the finish line, and so cracked a rib, so he's off the horse. I don't know who's on it now, but anyway, it's okay. The trainer wins 24% of the time with 2-year-old starters.
So let's see. I did not know that. So who's riding which one was it? The 7 horse?
Yeah.
It looks like it's Trevor McCarthy, our friend from the show. Yes, for sure. Number 8 is Empress at War. It's another first-time starter, Terry. Jose Lescano, who has done pretty well at the distance. One of the top jockeys at the distance. I do like this right here. One of my favorite things, Terry, when I look at first-time starters, is what I call the bullet and go. Bullet workout, go to the track and race.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And it's the jockey trainer in the last 14 days won 3 out of 4 races. So that's pretty good. It's bred well for the route distance. And, the workouts have been fairly decent.
Yeah, they have been really good. And the horse is a $300,000 horse. So he's not a cheapie by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Number 9 is Miss Invincible, Terry.
Yeah, she showed a lot of early speed in her last race on the turf, so kind of faded at the end there. Has a good workout the 28th of November. It's the 6th best out of 31, 37-1. So I think she may do just well.
10 horse, I believe, is scratched. And then number 11 is Ace Girl. The Luis Rodriguez Castro in the mount, 2 wins in 33 races. Didn't really show much in his debut. Another jockey that was happy to get the agent's call and said, "I got you a ride."
That's right. Yeah, he didn't like the turf, or he didn't like racing or something last time. So,
Mhm.
and he's not had very good workouts.
So this race to me is a wide open race, Terry. I wish I had more than 4 picks, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But does this start to pick 6, Terry, right?
It does, yeah.
So real quickly, again, just to recap Terry's pick 6 in this race, he likes the 2, 5, and 6. In the next race, he likes the 2, 5, and 6. Race number 7, the 2. Race number 8, the 1 and the 7. Race number 9, the 3, 5, and 6. And race number 10, the 2 and the 3. So I guess your first 3 picks are the 2, 5, and 6, Terry, here. But what order do you have them in?
I have the 2 first, the 5 second, and the 6 third.
Yeah, right.
And then I like the 7. I like 4th.
You like the 7th, 4th. Okay, for me, this is a really tough race, Terry. It's a really tough race for me. I liked what that 2 horse did too, but I got to take some horse out of here somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go 6. I'm going to put the 1 in there, Terry. I'm going to put and then I'm going to go with the 2 first-time starters, the 3 and the 8. So they both have good jockey trainer combos. And then I'm going to go, Terry, with, I can't go anymore, but I would want to put the 5 and the 2 in there as well. Those are 2 horses that I like as well, but you can't put them all in there, Terry. So I'm going to go 6, 1, 3, and 8.
All right.
Because I feel like those 2 first-time starters, one of them is going to fire. I just you never can tell which one is going to fire, but we'll find out when they go to post. So right now they're about 2 minutes away.
Yep.
Any big plans for this Saturday, Terry, when we're off here? Off of here, of all the money that you're winning today at the track?
Actually, we do. We have a party to go to tonight. One of my friends that was a business associate of mine invited us to his company Christmas party, which is pretty nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so me and Bev are going to go and have a little fun there and see some friends we haven't seen for at least 2 years because of the pandemic. So,
yes, that pandemic screwed everything up, and here comes Omicron, just in time for the winter, right? The holidays.
That's it.
Yes,
that's it.
Make sure you get out there and buy all your toilet paper before everybody else takes it.
Yeah, it's going to be it's not just going to be toilet paper. From what I read, it's going to be all kinds of stuff. And I was just shocked. We used to tease me about the prime rib. No prime rib this year. I was looking at, usually I pay about $80 for the one I get. Now you got to pay about $180.
Oh my Lord, Terry! So that's not in your budget anymore.
No,
we better hit some winners then, huh?
It's gonna be ham this year. No prime rib.
Let's see if we can find. There should be some inflation in payouts too. No.
Yeah, I think so. It should be, but
but did you see gas drop 2 cents a gallon?
Oh, did it? I didn't notice.
I think that's kind of funny that people brag that they dropped gas. Let's see, it's doubled, but now it's down 2 cents. So let's talk about that. It's down 2 cents. It's all perspective, right?
It is.
So all matter how you look at things and where you begin. It's what they say. What do they say? Numbers lie. What do they say? Numbers lie and liars. I don't know. What is the thing about numbers, Terry? I don't know.
I've never heard of that. So
yeah, there's something about that. Like liars lie and numbers lie. I can't remember it. Maybe if somebody remembers it, they can pass it along to us, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Along the way. So all right, let's see. Right now, Terry, it looks like they're turning towards the gates as they head to the post. The 6 horse is looks like it's going to be your post time favorite.
Yeah.
And then the next horse up, you got the 1 and the 2, which are both 7-2. Odds on the 2 horse are dropping a little bit because it was the favorite for a little while. And then next up is the 3 horse, which is the last horse that is under 10-1 odds. And then everybody else is over 10-1 odds.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I'm actually, the 1 is the one that I'm really the most afraid of upsetting my apple cart on my pick 6 start.
Yeah, I worry about. To me, I think if these 2-year-olds, anything could happen. So I feel like you have to have a price in one of them, because you just don't know who's going to come home. So that's kind of why I took the 8 over the 2. Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping the 5 wins.
Yeah, well,
for my pick 6, yeah,
that would be a great start. A 7-1 horse, so a $16 plus winner to start at pick 6. Yeah. Then you just got to get the other 5, Terry. We'll be talking about those other races along the way for sure.
Yep. Yeah. The total pool right now is $2.8 million. So
not bad.
No, it's a good pool.
Well, maybe you can pull it.
We never know. Yeah.
Then we wouldn't see Terry ever again.
Oh, that'd be nice if I hit 2 million. No, I'd still come. I still like what I do here.
All right. So hopefully then you would, if you won 2 million, you'd share a few dollars with me.
I would. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, just a few. Just there, like, and then hey, if you won it, would you go buy the prime rib this year?
Yeah, I would. And I'll tell you what, it's funny because my wife and I will talk about, if we hit the lotto, by the time we decide where all the money's going to go with our friends and relatives and kids and grandkids, we look at each other and go, wait, we didn't keep any for ourselves.
Yeah, right. And charity and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's all gone.
Mm-hmm. I think about that too, but
yeah.
And unfortunately, I've never won the lottery, Terry. I've won a couple scratch offs, a few dollars here and there, but really never anything of. Unfortunately, never anything of great significance.
Yeah, I think we won about $10 one time, and that's about it. So
yes, I definitely win more playing the horses than I do playing the lottery.
Yeah, although we buy scratch offs for our grandkids because they love to do them. And last year, one of them got $100 on one of them,
and then unfortunately they were under 21 and couldn't cash it.
Well, actually, no, she was over 21, and then the other one that was over 21, she only got $1, so she was all angry, and disappointed that the one got 100, she only got $1. So
shouldn't be upset. They have one more dollar than you had before.
That's right.
And then if you follow Terry or I's picks on that Terry's best bet or the trifecta in the last race, she could have turned it into more than that.
That's right. Absolutely. So.
All right. So they're starting to load up, Terry. It looks like the 6 horse now is the absolute favorite because some of that late rebate money, it looks like it's coming on. The 2 horse is now the second favorite at 7-2, as some of the money is going away from the 1 at 4-1. The 5 horse is the 4th choice at 7-1, and the 3 horse is the 5th choice, and the only other horse that's under 10-1. Everybody else is double-digit odds. Looks like they're all going in pretty easily. The 7 horse gave them a little bit of a difficulties, but otherwise decided she would go in. Waiting on your 5, who looks really tall and elegant, Terry, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just look, it has a nice sheen on its toes.
Oh,
and you know what? And you know what it has too, Terry?
What's that?
It has that Maggie Wolfendale foot that goes like this, I noticed.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if you wonder what I'm talking about with the foot like this, if you tune in to the Players Edge podcast, we always have great guests on, and it can be found here at Horse Racing Radar TV. Ooh, that 11 horse really broke wide. The 9 horse is cutting everybody off, so he's going to get DQ'd if he shows up at the end.
Oh, geez.
The 4 horse, nobody had the 9, so we don't have to worry about that, Terry. Hopefully, he just didn't screw up anybody else's, any of our other horses.
He screwed the 8 up pretty good.
Yeah, he did. Who's all the way in the back with the 1 horse.
Yep.
Let's see. They're out in the first quarter. Yeah, the 9 horses just kind of rank all over the course. Blew the turn a little bit. 23-4 for a mile and a 16th. I have a funny feeling the 4, 5, and 6 are going to have a little bit of tired legs at the end there, Terry.
Could be.
Oh, they're 4, 5, and 9. Yeah.
9, yeah. Could be, yeah.
That's a little bit of a pace for 2-year-olds, Terry, at a mile and a 16th.
It is.
I think that's a little too fast. So the 9 horse decided he screwed up enough people's races, and he's going to go backwards a little bit now. Or he's just the jockeys decided he doesn't want to run these fractions. Opening quarter and 48, which I do think is a little fast for 2-year-olds, Terry.
Yep.
At a mile and a 16th. I mean, I could be wrong, but you might have a super horse in for the flag out there on the lead with hard place.
Yeah, 6 is looking in a good spot where it's running.
Yeah, so you got the 6 and the 3 are both coming. 3 is on the inside. The 6 is on the outside. So the 3 horse, the jockey can't get its head to straighten out. So here comes the 3. It looks to me like the 3 is going to run away with this race, Terry. I knew one of those first-time starters would go. And here comes the 2. I don't have the 2. And then... See, it was always a tough call at the end there with these first-time starters. So it looks to me like 2, 3, maybe 1, 7, 2, 3, 7, 1, somewhere along those lines.
3, 2.
So the 3 horse went off at Terry 8-1 after the morning line, 5-1. Yeah, it was just for me, like I said, it was real tough between the 5 and the 2. I mean, I preferred the 2 over the 5, but I just could not figure out which horse I wanted to put there in the back, because I figured one of the two first-time starters was going to fire and didn't know which one. So I had to put them both in there.
Yeah, this was a hard race to get through, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Anyway. Let's see.
3.
Yeah, these 2-year-olds are tough, man. I tell you, Terry, I always have a hard time with these 2-year-olds.
Oh, me too. You just never know how they're going to run their first time. So,
So third pick for me won. Unfortunately, I didn't get the 2-horse behind it. Was my 5th choice. Should have, I don't know. It's tough to tell because the 6-horse looked like it was going to fire too, but I don't know what happened to it down the stretch there.
Yeah, I don't either. So looks like my pick 6 is knocked out already.
No prime rib this year, Terry.
No, that's it. I always hate it when I'm knocked out on the first leg.
Well, maybe you could get 5 out of 6. Maybe you get some prices along the way. Does Aqueduct do 5 out of 6?
Yeah, I think they may. Yeah, they may do that. But I could do a pick 5 now too.
So. Yeah, you can do that too. So and then a pick 4 down the stretch, right?
That's right. Yeah,
ends with the Cigar Mile, the big race of the day across all tracks.
Yeah, and you know, if I didn't play the first pick 5, but if I'd played, I did really well up until your pick in the 4th race, and if I used your pick in the 4th race on that pick 5, then the 3-horse that just won, the pick 5 is going to pay.
What was the order to pick 5, Terry?
It came 1, 4, 5, 4.
No, that was the 1-horse won the first race.
Yeah, 1 horse run the first.
Are you sure? Because neither one of us had the 1-horse. I think you're.
No. I had the first race we didn't do, but
we didn't do the first race. Okay,
yeah. I had it as my 2nd choice.
So how did it go in race number 2?
4.
4.
Then 5.
Then 5. All right.
Then
4, 5.
Then 4.
4, 5, and then
4.
4, and then the 3. So I actually in my picks I had to pick 4.
Yeah. Well, the pick 4 is going to pay about $700.
Not bad.
And the pick 5 is going to pay around $5,000.
I had the 1 as my 2nd pick in the first race, but we weren't here to talk about that.
No,
unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have had that one too, Terry.
Yeah, it was my 2nd pick also.
Nice.
And so you did really well. Yeah. All right.
Well, let's see what we can do in the back half, the last 5 races, Terry.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so we'll be back 15 minutes to post to race number 5. Hopefully, we won't be catching 2-year-old fillies with a bunch of first-time starters where you got to pick a, it's tough because you just don't know which one of them is going to fire. You figured the 8 with IRAD was the one that's probably going to be the one that goes. But yeah, it's just you never can tell with these 2-year-olds. We'll find out what happens with race number 6 about 15 minutes to post, Terry.
Okay, we'll see you then.
See you then. Hey, Terry.
Yep.
So we're back, and we're going to do 6 furlongs on the outer turf. It's a maiden. Here we go, maiden again, Terry. 2-year-old boys this time around.
Mm-hmm.
And let's talk a little bit. We're going to do this one a little bit on the fly. And it looks to me like at 6 furlongs on the outer turf so far, Terry, there have been 21 races. And surprisingly, and it didn't happen in the first race at 6 furlongs, but 9 of the 21 winners went wire to wire, Terry, with you have 13 of the 21 being in the first 3. If you look at it from post position, let me hold on a second. I got to sort by the post position. If you look at post position, Terry, you'll find that the winning post position more often than not, well, the one horse won 5. The inside 3 won 9 of 21 races. So it looks like you kind of probably want to be on the inside 3, if not on the inside 3, Terry. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also one from posts 6 and out. If you look at the jockeys that have had a lot of success at this distance and surface, Terry, we find that Irad Ortiz is top of the board. Doesn't surprise me. He's having a great meet. Followed by Luis Saez. And then you have a couple of that have won too, like Javier Castellano. First time he shows up today. Our friend Trevor McCarthy's got a W at this distance as well. As far as the trainers are concerned, Terry, the top trainers at the distance include, let's see, really not one that stands out. The only one that looks like he's got more than one is trainer Christophe Clement, who has 3. So that's the way that the pace, post, jockey, trainer biases work out. If we take a look at the early pace, late pace type numbers, looks like Kobe's Legacy and Urban Forest are both going to be fast out of the gates, but at the same time have some of the best late pace figures. So it looks to me like you might want to have one or both in your picks, Terry.
That's right. Sounds like to me too.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to be in the front and nobody can catch them, how the hell are you going to beat them?
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
I guess we're doing live analysis now, so I can take that off of the screen. So let's go ahead and run through the horses, Terry. First horse is R. Doc.
Yep. He runs. He shows a lot of early speed in the race before last, and he actually is going to shorten up this time, so that might help. He's tied with the best turf speed among today's starters. So,
yeah, it looks to me like the horse last time out, kind of a race. Is the 1A is the 1A in this race? I don't think the 1A is.
1A is scratched.
He's scratched for sure. For how the 2 horse is also Fiery Heart. I think that one's also scratched, right?
I think.
Let's see.
No, it's not scratched.
Oh, that's the 1A that's scratched. The 2 horse, yes. Yeah. That one is the favorite right now at 5-2. What do you think about Fiery Heart, first time starter?
Well, the real post is winning 19%, and breeding suggests it's going to like grass. It's out of Outwork, who's out of Uncle Mo. It's got decent workouts, and it has a really good jockey, Luis Saez. So I think he's
done well, as we mentioned, for sure. Luis Saez, yeah, he has. So it's tough to tell with the first time starters, Terry. I usually, as you know, I like to put them in groups together, either the first time starters or the horses with some experience. But when you see a first time starter that costs $475,000 with Todd Pletcher, usually not a bad horse, I don't think, right?
No, it's a great breeding and a lot of money spent. So they have a lot of ideas this horse is going to do well.
And then you have another first time starter in Chuckamoon, Terry. What do you think about Chuckamoon?
Well, the breeding suggests that it'll like today's sprint distance, and the workouts have been fairly decent. So it's not one that you may want to just kind of look at it.
Yeah, pedigree scores are kind of middle of the road, Terry, on this one. So I like to see some pedigree. It's a $35,000 horse. That doesn't really mean anything because we've seen a lot of cheap horses do very well throughout the years. But in the first race, at least without any other really to go on, Terry, I like to see the horse cost a little bit more for me to go ahead and back it. The number 4 is Pepito. It's a horse that does have a couple races, but when you look at the past performances, there's a bunch of black, bold horses in the past performance. In other words, this horse has finished behind those horses.
That's right. Now they added blinkers today. They think that might help. It has shown lots of early speed in a couple of the races. So, and Manny Franco's back on. Let's to see how he can do with it.
Yeah, Manny Franco, he did pretty well with Manny Franco in the middle race, but showed speed in that race. No other race did it show any speed. Speed has performed well, as we mentioned when we went through the pace setup and the the biases that the Aqueduct has had so far at the Aqueduct meet. I don't know, though, that I don't like the fact that in that last race, Terry, that it regressed relative to the previous race. So I would like for it to see it get better, not worse.
I agree.
All right, so number 5 is Carpe's Dream. What do you think about Carpe's Dream? Looks like it had a nice race first time out when it tried turf.
Yeah, it did. It seemed to like the turf, and that was at the Aqueduct. It's got Dylan Davis in the irons, and it has the highest last speed rating, actually tied with another horse. It ran second, as we said, in this last race. And I think this horse is looking fairly good.
Urban Forest showed some, it doesn't really look at it when you look at the past performance numbers, but actually does have some of the better early pace in terms of opening fractions. Did finish third, so it did make a nice improvement in terms of where it finished relative to the rest of the field last time out. Did finish behind Carpe's Dream, the 5 horse. That was had some problems, so maybe it can reverse that around. St. James is another one that is a first-time starter, Terry, but I don't really see a whole lot with St. James that encourages me, although the workouts are not bad.
No, it does have a good breeding that suggests it would like grass and quality road. So, yeah. And like you say, the workouts look pretty decent. So.
Yeah, at 19-1, though, it doesn't look like anybody likes him. You Can't Whip It. Last time out, Terry, was this is a horse that might be a little bit surprising because it was 15-1 today, but it was bet down to a little bit under 4-1 last time out. As I've mentioned before, I do like when horses are overlooked in a race after they were well bet. Maybe it can run back to that 4-1 odds here.
Well, it might be. Well, they added blinkers today. They think that'll help. And the jockey, of course, has been really doing well. Jose Lascano, he's in the last 7 days, 23 mounts, 6 wins, 2 seconds, 4 thirds. Good workouts, too.
Nice workouts. Number 9, King of Hollywood. Again, trainer, owner combination, the same guy, Gregory Sacco. Horse didn't have a very good race last time out in its first try at Aqueduct. So what the hell? Let's throw him over on turf. It was been on turf. So let's go ahead and shorten it up a little bit. Look what they're trying to do. Hasn't been really bet very well. But if I look at the 9-horse, Terry, one of the things that I do see here that I do like is that it's finished in the money in 60% of its turf races.
Yeah, and it's actually it has tied with the best turf speed with another horse in today's race. So it's okay. The workouts are medium. So yeah, I like the
some maintenance workouts just to keep the horse in shape for sure. Number 10, Kobe's Legacy, as we mentioned, does have some early pace figures, Terry. It did kind of tail off last time out, so I would have been really happy to see this horse getting Lasix for the first time here because I like that early speed fade and then get Lasix angle. Since its last race, hasn't put any workouts in, so maybe Chris Englehart and Eric Cancel can find more in the second start off the bench.
Yeah, I really can't see much about this horse except for when it ran last time. It showed a little speed, but then it flattened out at the end there.
All right, Terry. So how are you going to rank them here?
All right. I like as my first pick number 6, Urban Forest. And actually, he came out at the break and was bumped during the race, so he has a little bit of an excuse there. Then I like number 2, Fiery Heart. And then I like Cape Stream, number 5. And then I like King of Hollywood, number 4.
Number 4.
So it's number 9. It's
number 9. All right. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking because we have the same 4 horses, Terry, except I have them in a little bit of a different order than you do.
Okay.
I'm going to go 6 on top. And the way I do my handicapping, and I do handicapping also over at Guaranteed Tip Sheet. So if you're looking for picks for every track at every race, including 3 best bets per race, go on over to guaranteedtipsheet.com. You'll find some picks over there. But I'm going to go 6. It would be a best bet for me, Terry, if I were doing the best bets today. And then I'm going to follow it up with the 5, and then the 2, and then the 9. So I'm going to go 6, 5, 2, and 9. You went 6, 2, 5, and 9. So we both agree that the 6 horse is going to finish first. The 9th horse is going to finish fourth, though I do worry a little bit about that 10 horse, Terry, because as we mentioned when we were going through the pace setup, that the 10 horse does have a little bit of early pace and late pace advantage.
That's correct. And then I had a quick question. Did you do the handicapping yesterday for Golden Gate Fields at Guaranteed Tip Sheets?
I did not. I do Monday through Thursday, but that'll change soon.
Okay.
Right, did you have a good day at Golden Gate yesterday?
Yeah, it was a great day. And the Guaranteed Tip Sheet, if you really easily to get the pick 6, pick 5, and pick 4 at the end there.
Yeah, what did that pay? Do you remember?
And they paid right around $4,000 or $5,000 each.
No, that's not bad.
Yeah, and I think a couple
you
of
could
the
get your prime rib with that, Terry.
You could. Well, in the Guaranteed Tip Sheet, 2 of the top picks won, and then the other ones was all the others were the second pick, and only 1 race was the third pick. So
yeah, so you didn't have to go past the top 3, huh?
No, you didn't, and really you only had to do that in 1 race. So
yeah, that's well, we try to do the best we can handicapping. As you know, Terry, it's horse racing, right?
Yeah, it is.
So in horse racing, anything can happen. I don't know how many times Terry and I have sat here and we've bet on horses when we've watched the race, and you can tell you have the best horse in the race because the way the horse is running, but he gets trapped because of a bad ride, and you can't get out of like a being boxed in. And then he's got nowhere to go, and he does like a NASCAR driver, trying to inside, outside, trying any which way he can go to get find a lane, doesn't find a lane. And when we've had jockeys on, we've asked them in the Players Edge podcast, do you guys like deliberately block other people if you feel like they have a better horse? And they say, hell yeah. Right? That's racing tactics 101.
It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the way to do it. So,
well, if you feel like if I feel like I can't beat you in a race, and I have the opportunity to pin you in, well, by golly, I'm going to pin you in, right?
Yeah. Yep, I think
so. You got the 2 horse and the 6 horse, Terry, both of whom are walking without the training, warming up without the lead pony. As we've mentioned many times, the jockeys have told us if they're one of the things you want to look for in the race, like the pre-race, the horses are on the track, and in the paddock, you want to look for when they're on the track warming up. You want to look for horses that do separate from the lead pony because the jockeys told us that means those horses are feeling good. Because I usually ask, a baseball pitcher when he throws a no-hitter, when they go to the press room afterwards, they'll be asked, when did you know you had good stuff?
Yeah.
And they'll always say when I was warming up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So when I ask these guys, when do you know you have a good horse? They say when they're warming up. And the 6 horse, to me, Terry, looks sharp. He's on his toes. Ears are pointed forward. Neck is a little bit arched. Horse looks pretty solid. And right now, he looks solid on the board at 2-1.
Yeah, he looks really good. So,
yeah, now the 2 horses rejoined the lead ponies, calmed down a little bit. So they're about to go into the gate. And then the next race, Terry, starts the string of 4 stakes races.
Yeah, so they'll be very interesting. It's going to be fun to go and talk about those races.
Yeah, and then we'll have wrapped up Aqueduct on this. Is this the first? Yeah, this is the first Saturday of December. Can you believe it's December already?
Oh, yeah. The older I get, the faster it goes.
That's the way it always seems. Right? This is because you have less years to compare it to. I mean, more years to compare it to. Right? When you're 1, and you live to 2, it's 100% longer than you lived already.
That's right.
When you're our age, it's like 1/80th.
Yep.
So it just feels faster, but it's just because we have more of a backlog in there for sure.
I think so. Yeah. Well, and the other thing is that as I get older, I get slower. So it takes me longer to do things. So I need more hours in the day. But then the problem is that I get too tired. So then I got to go take an afternoon nap.
Mm. Yeah, I've been down that road too, Terry.
Yeah,
The Nap Road for sure.
that's right.
So now they're starting to head into the pace. The 6-horse got a nice sheen to him, Terry. Looks good.
Yeah.
Like seeing a little bit of muscle in that back legs right there. Nice definition in the hindquarters, Terry.
Yep.
The
Looks
2-horse,
nice.
that first time starter, he don't want to go in, Terry. Maybe I'm going to revise my pick in the moment here.
Yeah, he's giving a little bit of problems. He's kind of backing up and there he reared a little.
Rearing a little bit. He's like, yeah, buddy, you go in there.
Yeah. So
he's not interested in being in there.
Yeah,
so JPC says the 2 looks like money based on workouts. Price very attractive right now. I agree with you, JPC. I think it looks pretty good. The race 6, yes, we are on race 6. Cernath. We'll be talking about how they break out. I do like the 2-horse, but I do like the way the 6-horse is looking going into the gates. It looks really sharp. Terry has the 2 as his second choice. I have it as my third choice. I do like the 6-horse, as I mentioned over at when I on my handicapping days over at Guaranteed Tip Sheet. It would be a best bet for me. The 4-horse looks a little whoa, fella.
Yep.
He don't want to go in either.
No, he doesn't.
No, kind of reminds me of my dog. You know, the horses do. Sometimes when I want my dog to do something and it doesn't want to do it, it just does that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
These horses, they do it too. So animals, you got to. Yeah. Now this guy don't want to go in either. 10-horse.
Yeah.
That's the fun thing about 2-year-olds, Terry.
Yeah, you never know how they're going to act.
No, and one of the things we've learned is that because of trainers and the folks who are responsible for making sure that the right horses are running in the right race, that these guys have to actually prove that the horses are willing and ready to go into the gate to get certified and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, the 3-horse didn't get a particularly fun break there. The 4-horse, Terry, is up on the lead with the 5, the 2-horse on the rail. So you have You Can't Whip It, along with Carpe's Dream and Pepito or Pipto, whatever that is, up on the lead, followed by Urban Forest, the 6-horse, and the 2-horse, Fiery Heart. So those 2 are running right behind the leading 3. They went out in 21 and 9, which is a little bit of a fast fraction. The 2-horse looks like maybe he's given up on the day. He says, he's backed off. That doesn't mean he's not going to come. Maybe, no, here he comes now. He's winding up now. Oh, you know what it was? It looks like he was looking for a lane to move from the inside to the outside.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And here they come down the stretch. You got the 8-horse and the 4-horse. The 6-horse is the widest. You got a lot of horses bumping around in the back there, Terry. But it sure does look like that 5-horse right about now is going to be tough to beat. Here comes the 6. So you got the 5 on the lead, which is my second pick, your third pick. And then here comes the 2. Can the 2 hang on for third? 6, 5, 6, 7, 2, I think, Terry.
I think you're right. Yep. 2 and the 7 on the rail.
Yeah, I think the 7 came up for third. Neither one of us had the 7. But 6, 5, my top 2 picks. You had him as your third pick, so I'll take an exacta. Like, again, I feel like if you can win with 2-year-olds, Terry, you've done well.
I think
so. It looks
right.
like 5, 6. Did the 2 hold on?
I think he did.
It's going to be close for third.
I mean, look, I'm watching it right now. The finish here.
But the thing is, they always lie, Terry. Because the angle always favors the inside horse.
Oh, I didn't get to see that because they cut it off.
Yeah, because the 7's coming up hard on the rail. And then it looks to me, here comes the wire. Here's the wire. Ooh, it's going to be, I think the 7's got him, Terry. But I said, the camera angle usually favors the inside horse. So the 7 was the inside horse. So maybe the 2-horse fared better than we think.
I hope so.
Nonetheless, we had a 6, 5, and 2. There we go. We both have the trifecta in our top 3 picks.
So the 2 did hold on, huh?
So I got it ice cold, Terry.
Yes, you did.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't have the 5 up top. I had the 6 up top. I'm sorry. Not ice cold.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's not.
But it's still good.
Yeah, well, we have a $12 horse on top of the 3-2 on top of a 2-1. So I'll take that trifecta for sure all day long, every day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
2 and 4, likes the 2 and 4 to win, and then 2 and 6. So he changed his mind, the 6 horse and the 2 horse. They were right there. It was a pretty good race, I feel like.
It was.
So far, we've had the winner in every race. I feel like if we're handicapping and we're getting the winner in every race, especially with a bunch of 2-year-olds, we're doing our job, so to speak. If you like what you're seeing here, folks, on YouTube, give us a thumbs up. We'd appreciate that. Follow us on Facebook. You can see you have 2 choices. You can do Horse Race, the number 2 day, and that's both at Facebook and Twitter, or Racing Radar at Facebook and Twitter. You can also follow us and get Terry's pick of the day every single day, Terry, over at horseracingtoday.net. And you can check it out. We, myself, Terry, Sean, and Tom, our other partners, we did a podcast on Thursday night where we did the late pick 4. It was a lot of fun because I called it the Eliminator pick 4. Everybody got a pick, but we had to kick one off the island. So only 3 horses. So check that out. I think we had some nice prices in there, and maybe a couple horses we probably regret kicking off when it's all over.
Oh, yeah. There's always some great regrets, but there's also a lot of times you're really happy with what you did.
Absolutely, for sure. All right, Terry and I are going to take a few minute breaks to go pretty ourselves up, and then we'll be back about 15 minutes to post for race number 7, the beginning of 4 stakes races in a row, the Go for Juan handicap. Terry, I'll see you about 15 minutes to post.
All right. See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That song's going to be stuck in everybody's head tonight.
It is. Yeah,
For sure. It's catchy, though, no?
it is. I like it.
I like it, too. Maybe that's a reason we're having some good luck today, Terry. It's not the shoes. It's not the handicappers. It's the music, baby. Sure. So race number 7, Terry, is the Go for Juan Stake handicap. Excuse me. It's a grade 3, $250,000. As you can see, they're going to run 1 mile, 1 turn. So 1 turn routes are really probably should look at them more like sprints than you should look at them as routes.
Yeah.
At least that's what many trainers and jockeys have told us. So we went over this a little bit earlier for race number 4, but some of the numbers look like this. In the races that they've run so far, you've had at 1 mile, you've had 1 of 14 went wire to wire. If you look at it, most of the winners, 8 of the 14 winners prior to the race 4 were stalkers, closers. So you're probably looking for a horse that's a little bit off the pace. Most of your winners, 11 of the 14, came from posts number 5 and out. Again, Luis Saez is the top jockey at the distance, followed by, and I think he won that race at 1 mile, by the way, last race. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, Vargas, our friend who did a nice article over at horseracingtoday.net. If you haven't read it yet, go over and check that out. Johnny V is also up there at the leaderboard. And as I mentioned, Todd Pletcher has dominated the distance. I don't know if I recall if he has a horse in here or not, but he may or may not. Let's go ahead and run through the field, Terry, like we always do, and then go ahead and make our selections. There's the 4 horse is scratched, so we don't have to worry about that one upsetting us at all. First horse is Miss Marisa. Run it 4 times at Aqueduct with a 2nd and a 3rd. I forgot something, Terry. Here we go. This is what the early pace looks like, and this is what the late pace looks like. So Lady Rocket should be one of the fastest ones out of the gate, Terry, and looks like she has the legs to bring it home.
I think so, yeah.
Miss Marissa should be a part of the early pace, but maybe doesn't have the legs that Lady Rocket has. And as you can see in the most recent races, the horse did show some fadeability.
That's right. Well, this race here is a grade 3. Miss Marissa's ran in grade 3 last time and showed early speed, but flattened out and faded at the end to lose by 13 lengths. So maybe the shorter distance will help. Who knows?
Well, we also was the 45-cent under. So that horse was under 1-to-1 favorites last time out, Terry. So that's a lot of times to me is, as I've said before, one of the things that seems to be really working well for us lately is finding horses that last time out were well bet, didn't fire, and then come back at a higher price. And the one horse has actually gone from 4-to-1 to 6-to-1. So that falls perfectly into that category, Terry.
Yep.
Number 2, and it also, since that race over there at Belmont, has a nice bullet workout of 36 and 3. Well, it's the fastest of 4, but not a lot of horses to compare it to, but still, nonetheless, 36 and 3 and 3 furlongs is a pretty good number.
Yeah.
Lady Rocket, Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz, not a very, I would say, despite both of them being very successful, not a very common combo. That's the number I was looking for. But they've won out of 2 out of 3 that they have run together.
That's right. And of course, this horse has the best dirt speed among today's starters. And if you look back in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races, it's either ran in the money 100% of the time in those 7 races, and it's won 3 of those races. But it's never ran at Aqueduct, so it's coming in after winning a race by head at Belmont. And I think this is a horse that you need to be concerned about. It has some really good workouts. So
Brad Cox is a tremendous trainer for sure. I think the horse at 122 is the high weight horse in the field. So the folks that are watching over it tell you which horse they think is the best. And it's one of 2 horses in the race that actually popped a last race speed figure, which would be above par for this level. Number 3, Bella Vita. This horse did win its last race last time out at Del Mar. So there's your California to New York angle, Terry, that you like. And it did so as the 3-to-5 favorite, and it's making its 3rd start off a layoff. And if you look back at its history, it's had a mixed bag. Sometimes it's improved in the 3rd race. Sometimes it's stepped back.
Yeah, and it runs close to the pace and closes from there. It's actually she's got a pretty good breeding. I like Bayern in the breeding, and they paid 400,000 for this race for this horse. I mean, trainer wins 25% of the time when it goes sprint, and then a route.
Yeah, absolutely has some of the best early fractions. In fact, of the horses in the field, in any of their last 10 starts, Terry, Bella Vita has put up the fastest fraction. So maybe Bella Vita can get to the lead and hold on. I mean, sometimes in short fields like this, speed, especially if you're the speed of the speed, tends to hold sway a little bit better in deeper fields. Number 4, as we mentioned, is Scratch. Number 5 is On Her Way. Last time out, got beat. And wasn't really that well bet either. Second start off a layoff. Recent pattern says that the horse usually regresses. Workout since those last race, really not a barn burner in there anywhere. So probably outside of its Aqueduct record, Terry, what do you like?
Well, not too much. I mean, it was a lot better in 2020, where it was winning and running second quite a bit. But starting this year, had the one race in a grade 3 that it ran third, only beaten 3/4 of a length. But since then, it hasn't fared too well.
So the next horse is the 6-horse Truth Hurts. As I mentioned, there were, well, this is not that one, but this horse has the top pedigree for the distance and surface, and it showed up because it has won 2 out of 3 at the distance. Another making a second start off a layoff. And recent history says the second start's going to look a lot like the first start. The first start was a win, Terry.
Yeah, that's true. And excuse me, that was on Halloween. It had actually been improving every race for the last 4 races. If you look at the speed ratings, and it had a good workout November 20th for this race. It has Tyler Glaffione in the irons, who does pretty well riding these horses. So
number 7 is Sharp Star, ridden by our friend of the show, Jose Ortiz. He's never missed the board at Aqueduct. And as I mentioned, there are 2 horses in this race that have last race speed figures over par for the distance. Along with the 2, the 7 is the other.
Yeah, and actually really likes the distance. Won 3 out of 4 races, ran third on the other one, and has a really good workout November 27th. Was the 20th best out of 157 workouts that day. 48.3 breezing for 4 furlongs, which is really a good workout.
Now, Terry, when you did the pick 6, if I remember correctly, this is the leg that you singled the 2 in, right?
I did, yes.
All right. So if you were going to do a pick 4, what would you do here?
Well, I'll tell you, I do it a little different. I would go all.
You would go all.
That's right.
Oh.
Because even though I like the 2, so many times when I single a horse in that first leg, especially if it's a favorite like that, and this one's the even money favorite right now, for some reason or another, it just doesn't make it. So I would either go 2-3 or I'd go all.
All right. So for me, I just put one together here looking at my selections that do the stakes racing handicapping for Guaranteed Tip Sheet. So I'm going to go for my pick 4 here. I'm going to go 2, 6, 7, Terry, over to 7, 1, 2, over to 5, 6, over to 3, 5, 2, and 6 in that last leg. So what's that? 9 times 4 is $36, right?
Yep.
Divided by 2, that can't be right. That can't be $18 because when we do that, it would be $36 is what it is. So that's a $36 pick 4 for this race, Terry. I'm going to go the 2 with the 6, the 7, and the 3. Those are my selections. What are yours?
Okay, for my picks in this race, I'm the 2 with the 3, with the 7, with the 6.
Same 4 horses, just in a little different order.
Yeah, and then my pick 4 would have been all with the 1, 2, 7, with the 5, 6, with the 1, 2, 3, 4.
So all with the 1, 2, 7, with the 5, 6, with the, what was the last ones?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, and 4. So those would be our pick 4s. Let's see how they play out as the races go along. Do I have time to type them up? I probably do have time to type them up. So let me.
There's a little bit of time here.
Yeah, so you can, if there's anything that you want to talk about, go ahead and talk about it, Terry. While I put in the pick 4 tickets. So I'm going to put in Terry's pick 4 first. Terry's pick.
I believe that my pick 4 would be a $72 play.
So Terry, in race number, what's this? Race number 7? 6?
Yes, 7.
Race 7. Terry's going to hit the all button. So
Yep.
I know Terry's going to make it through this race. Race 8, Terry's going to go with the 1, 2, and 7, right?
Yep.
And then race number 9.
Going to do the 5, 6.
Hold on a second. You're going a little too fast for me, Terry. I'm an old man now, and I'm a hit and hunt typer. And then race number 10, Terry's going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then for me, okay, so let's put Terry's up there. And while Terry, so you can take a look at Terry's late pick 4. While he does that, I'm going to type up my late pick 4, Terry.
Okay.
Take a look at Terry's pick 4. If you're a pick 4 player, that's 50 cents, Terry, right?
It is, yeah. So that works out to $72 ticket.
$72. So Terry always spends more money than I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the cheap player over here, and Terry's he's the big money guy.
Well, I just find that I win more often if I can spread out a little bit better. So the point, the real thing is don't play every pick 4, every race, every track. Pick your places to do that. So a lot of people that play the pick 4, for instance, will play at 6 or 8 different tracks. Well, then they don't have enough money to do this sort of thing. So.
Well, what I would suggest doing, and this is how I always play them, Terry, in how I select whether or not I'm going to do a pick 4 at a track or not, is I look at the money pools, right?
Yes.
So if there's a small money pool at a small track, like smaller tracks, then, like a Delaware or something like that, sometimes you can hit and get a nice price, but you don't get paid appropriately, right?
You don't. No, it's true.
So you have to have a deep money pool in order for that to work. So at races like today, where you have the Cigar Mile and you have 4 stakes races, you're going to get deep pools. So take a look at Terry's pick 4 again, race 7. He goes all. So Terry's getting out of this race for sure with the 1, 2, 7, race 9 to 5, 6, race 10, the 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for me, I'm going to go race number 7, the 2, 6, 7, race 8, the 1, 2, 7, race 9, the 5, 6, and the race 10, the 2, 3, 5, and 6. And my ticket is $36 compared to Terry's 72, 50 or something?
$72.
72. So Terry's twice as much as me. So they're at the they're almost ready to get into the post over. They're about 2 minutes to post for this upcoming Go for Juan Stakes, Terry.
Yeah.
I want to beat the 2. I know you. I mean, you got the all, so you want to beat the 2.
I do too. I want the longest shot on the board, that 5 to win. So
no, you don't want the 5 to win because then I get eliminated.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
so
true.
We both can take the 6 horse, Terry, and be happy with that one.
Yeah, I'd be happy with the 6.
I'd be happy with the 6 as well.
You notice that our 2, the second and third leg, were exactly the same.
And then we had a little bit of difference at the end.
Yeah, at the end I have the 2 and the 6 like you, but then we have the 2, 3, 6. And the only other one is you have the 5 where I have the 7. So,
so yeah, so a lot of match up there.
That's right. And if you
at the end, I'm gonna cheer for the 5 then.
Well, if you've got enough,
since you're pulling for the 5 here.
Yeah, if somebody has enough budget, just throw that 7 in there.
If they have enough budget, just go all and hope that the big shots come in.
Right? Yeah, my wife has told me that a few times. I said, well, you know how much that would cost to go all?
Well, you have. So in this race, you have 6 horses.
6, yeah.
And then the next race, race 8, you have, are there any scratches? There are not. So they're 8. That's $48 right there. Race 9, you have 8 times, what did I say? 8 times 48 is what?
Yeah.
8 times 48 is
about
32. So 16, 192. And then 192 times in race number 10. It would be nice if they had 10 horses. They have 8 horses. So 192 times 8, 16, carry the 1, carry the 7, 8. So about $1,536, Terry.
Yep. So you have to hit something that pays that.
So that tells you that's how many possible combinations that are out there in these races for this pick 4. And only one combination of 1,536 is going to come in as the winner. That's why pick 4s are tough. Every Monday through Thursday, Terry and I do a daily show where we go over to some horse racing news, Terry and I do a pick four at a track every Monday through Thursday. And when we're talking about pick fours, we always mention consider using the horses that we have in our pick four as maybe as a basis to make exacta or trifecta bets or rolling doubles, rolling triples, because pick fours, these sequence races are the very difficult ones to hit. And as we saw in the first leg of the pick six, you can get knocked out like that and be done.
That's right. And it's very frustrating for me when that happens.
And that's all the more reason why I suggest that when I like to do pick fours, that you only do it at tracks with deep money pools, because if you win, you're going to at least have an opportunity to be rewarded for the risk that you've taken. If the pool is only $1,000, if the pool is only $6,000 deep, the most you can win, no matter what the order. So you can have the longest shot in every race and be the only person with the ticket and only end up with $6,000.
Actually, less than that, because they take some of the money out of that pool. So
yeah, so
probably around 50, about 4,800 is what you'd get.
Yeah, so that's something to keep in mind when you're betting. And one other thing I would recommend too always is to do one ticket where you just have your top pick on there. So for me, my top picks would be 2, 7, 5, and 3. So that way, if you do a ticket with just your top picks for whatever you unit, do it 50 cents in this case, it would cost me 50 cents. And if my top pick wins all 4, then I get the pick 4 payout twice for only 50 cents more.
That's right. And mine would be 2, 1, 5, and 3.
Yeah, so the only one we disagree on would be in the middle leg, where I have the 7 and you have the 1.
Yep.
And they're lining up for the go for one, the fillies and mares, 3 years old and up. $250,000 purse. The 7-horse looks a little shiny to me. The 7-horse, Terry, based upon its sheen right there, it scares me a little bit. But we both have the 7, do we not?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Well, because you have the all, so you have every horse.
Yeah. So the go for one. About that horse. That was such a tragic day when she was in that match race and broke her leg.
Not familiar with that story, Terry.
Oh, it was terrible. So she was a really good filly, and she was going against a male in a match race, and halfway down the stretch, she broke her leg.
Oh, sad.
Yeah, very sad.
And they're off.
Okay.
The 2-horse busts to the lead, Terry. So you have Lady Rocket on the lead, followed by Miss Marissa. And we mentioned in our pre-race analysis that the 1 and the 2 would probably be up on the front. The 3-horse Bella Vita is another that we said would be there, and he's involved as well. 6-horse Terry is now moving its way into Truth Hurts, into 4th place as they head into the backstretch, about halfway down the backstretch. 5 horses tugging up the rear, Terry. So right now, the 2-horse has definitely nudged ahead of the 1-horse by about 3/4 of a length. You have the 3 and the 6 making their move, coming up on the outside. The 6 is kind of boxed in between horses, so he's going to have a tough shot. So right now, it looks like the 2-horse Bella Vita, that's not Bella Vita, Lady Rocket right now does have a little bit of an edge. Here come the 6-horse, did finally get the lane that it's looking for, so it looks to me like the 6-horse is going to challenge the 3 any second now. The 7-horse, the 6 moves down to the rail, so because the rail just opened up.
Yep.
The 2-horse kind of going wide a little bit, which is kind of surprising. But jockey Irad Artez looks over his right shoulder to see if anybody is a threat, and he realizes that they're not. 2-horse pulls away. The 3-horse veers inside, probably interferes with the 6-horse. I don't know. I would expect that you'll see an objection there, Terry.
Probably, yeah. Really interfered quite a bit. So
you're going to get to 2. It looks like it's going to go 2, 3, 6, and 7. So I think that's what I had the 2. I had 2, 6, 7, 3. So I mean, superfecta but still superfecta, superfecta, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And what did you play, Terry? What did you have?
I had the 2, 3, 7, 6.
Yeah, 2, 3, 7, 6. So there you go. Yes, you had. So if you had the ice cold, but I think the 6-horse finished in front of the 7. But I have a funny feeling that the 6-horse is going to end up in front of the 3.
Could be.
with that DQ. So we're both alive in the pick 4, but so is everybody else.
And of course, that was my single in my pick 6. So if I
now you're wishing you singled them up here and went deeper, deeper.
But see, the problem is if you did single them up there, then that would have been the time that you got beat by a head.
Yeah, Irad looks over his shoulder here and he sees that he knows he's got the 6 beat, and then that I don't know that they're going to DQ the 3 though. Now that I look at it a little bit again, because he was running by the 6 horse, and I don't think the 6 horse ever broke stride.
I don't think so either. So
I think it's going to stay 2, 3, 6, and 7, Terry.
I do too.
I appreciate your tips. Keep going. All right, Parthik. Well, hopefully, hopefully we got 3 races left to go and that we can continue, because we've had the race. We've had the winner between Terry and I. And in every single race, we didn't start in race number 1. Unfortunately, I forgot what time we started the day. That's just a problem when you get a little older. Right? I'm like, we got time. And then I'm doing some other things. And then I'm putting together the graphics, the stuff like this, because all the stuff that you see here, we create. So the graphics here, we create. The music that me and Terry, we put it all together, and of course we do the picks. Then at the same time, we run horseracingtoday.net. Make sure you head over there. Some great stories. Terry, are they on their way close to that pick 4 yet over there at Gulfstream Park?
Let's see here.
Gulfstream Park race 7.
Yep.
Does this start the pick 4 here or not?
It does. Race 7. Yes.
So if you head on over to horse racing.
No, I'm sorry. I think it starts in race 8.
So the next race. So you have time. Yeah. Yes. These are all those claiming crown races. So it's a fantastic day of horse racing too over at Gulfstream Park. So if you head over to horseracingtoday.net, you will find all of our picks there for the last 4 races at Gulfstream Park, along with, see, I told you there was going to be an objection, right?
Yeah.
During the race. But I don't think, if I were the steward, I wouldn't bring the horse down. But as far as my exacta and trifecta are concerned, I want them to put the 6 in front of the 3 because he has better odds, right?
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they're going to bring him down. I would be surprised. So yeah, if you head on over to horseracingtoday.net, you got a lot of free picks over there, as well as links to Guaranteed Tip Sheet, where I do some handicapping as well. So if you like what Terry and I are doing, then if you go over to horseracingtoday.net or the Guaranteed Tip Sheet, you can get some more of it. Here you can see Terry at horseracingtoday.net. There is our pick 4, Terry. There's all of Terry's handicapping for the races, Tom's, Sean's, and my ranks down at the bottom. So it's all free over there, folks. So make sure you head over there.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, indeed. So let's take a look and see. I don't think they're going to change anything, Terry, quite personally.
No.
What's your guess? If we had the wager on it, what would be your wager? They're going to change it or not?
No change.
I say no change too. We'll put the odds at 1-1 on no change, 3-1 on a change, Terry. Which one are you betting?
Well, I'm going to bet the 1-1 because it's even money, and he came over, but I don't think he interfered with him much.
No, I don't think so either.
So, of course, I don't know what the rules are in New York. I know in California, it's if they thought he could have placed better.
Yeah, I don't think he changed the outcome of the race. That would be the way I would do it too.
Yeah. Because the other horse had more stamina, was moving better.
Well, I had passed him.
Yeah.
So I feel like if it's passing the horse and he doesn't hit the horse, then if he had bumped him and in the process of passing him, bumped him, and that bounced him off of his off of his game, so to speak, Terry, then I would be like, okay, that's definitely a DQ, but I don't think so.
No, I don't either. I think you're right about that.
Now, if only the people around me would realize I'm right about that all the time, Terry.
Especially the wife, huh?
Especially, yes, indeed. Those are Can you ever be right?
No, not now. Maybe 20 years ago, but not now.
No, not now, right?
Yeah, the older I get, the more wrong I am, according to somebody that I know.
I thought you were going to say rotten. Let's see. All right. Somebody back there is disagreeing with you, Terry.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, you heard her, huh?
So have they made the change yet? Did they make it
Not that
official? I think they did make it official, Terry, because I'm showing they're off the race 8 already.
Yeah.
So yes, they left it 236. So the trifecta paid, hey, not bad for 50 cents, Terry. 236 paid $16.62.
Yeah, that's good.
And that's with the favorite in there, right?
Yeah, the hard favorite winning. Yeah.
And the 10-cent superfecta with our 4 picks, so $1.20 if you boxed them, turned into $6.67. Not bad.
No, it's good.
I'm glad it didn't turn into $6.66, Terry. Otherwise, I would have felt like it would have screwed up the rest of our day.
I know. I agree. So
Terry and I will be back in about 15 minutes to post for race number 8, which is the REMSEN, a grade 2 stakes, 1.1 miles on the main track. And we'll be back to talk about track biases, who's going to be on the front, who's going to be chasing them home, and then which jockeys do the best at the distance, which trainers, but they haven't really run that many at the distance yet, Terry. So we'll be back in a few minutes to talk about that. We'll see you then.
okay, see ya.
All right, Terry. 8, 9, and 10 to go.
That's it.
And we're looking at the REMSEN Stakes, Terry, 1 1/8 miles on the main track. As you can imagine, they don't run a whole lot of these races at this distance, Terry. So far, they've run 4 of them. And what we find is that all of the winners were in the first 4 at this. You had one winner that went wire to wire, a couple of others that were third at the quarter-mile marker. And then the other one, the fourth one, ran 4th at the quarter-mile marker. So and they pretty much stayed in that order all the way around until they got into the stretch, and then they started to make their moves in the stretch. By the time they hit the stretch, 3 out of the 4 were on the lead. So when they come out of the turn, odds are whichever horse is on the lead is probably going to be the one to beat. That's usually the case, right?
It is, yes.
Interestingly, all 4 of them were won at post positions 5 and out. In fact, the 5 horses won 3 of the 4. The other winner was the 9 horse. Manny Franco has 2 wins in 4 races. So Manny likes the distance, Terry. Absolutely. Dylan Davis and Jose Lescayano have the other wins at the distance. And as far as the trainers are concerned, nobody's won more than 1. Rob Atras has 1. Chad Brown has 1. Kelly Breen and Claude McGahee each has a win at the distance. So looks to me like Manny Franco, outside post, and most likely a horse that's close to the front is what we're looking for here if we were going to build what I call a profile of a winner, Terry.
Yep.
Let's take a look at how they're going to break out of the gate, Terry. So Midnight Chrome is probably going to be your leader at the first call. The next horse is what is that? From man, whatever. From Manithua? I don't know what the hell that is. Zandon. So it looks like Zandon is in the horse that's going to be in the right position, right? The 7 horse to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because we mentioned 3rd or 4th, right there, at least seems to be the spot. And on the way home, the 7 horse, one that we can pronounce, Zandon, hopefully we got that right, is the horse that's probably going to have the best late kick on the way home, Terry. So close to the front, a lot of late kick, horse that we both have in our pick 4s, and maybe that's one that's going to win. So let's start with Mo Donegal. Last time out, broke its maiden, Terry, in its second try. In both races, the horse got off to a little bit of a slow start. I'm not a big fan of maidens then jumping up into stakes races unless they ran the top last race speed figure, something this horse did not do.
Well, that's true. But, of course, most of these horses or all these horses have only broken their maiden. So this horse closed from mid-pack to win by 1.5 going away easily at 1 16th miles. Now it's going to 1 8 miles, which is, I think, going to be no problem. Todd Fletcher is winning at a 24% clip. Irad Ortiz is winning at 29%. That combination has won 2 out of 3. And this horse has the best dirt speed among today's starters.
Yeah, it does also have the top, tied for the top pedigree at the distance, does have some of the best fractions in the race too, so maybe. Number 2, our friend on the mount. I hope Trevor wins. Come on, Trevor, bring that horse home. Who, that's me, with the who and then a different who, that's me. This horse last time out, Terry, is the only horse in the field with the highest last race speed figure to hit a number that would be better than par, despite it being grade 2.
Yeah, that's true, and it actually has a really good prime power number. It's 132. The horse has the highest last speed rating. A good workout, November 27th, 48.4 at Belmont. Breezing, 9th out of 37, and it also the trainer wins 20% of the time with dirt starters.
Yes, if you did, and if you look here too, 3 consecutive increases on the speed figure. First time at a route, it that had its best number, so maybe a horse that wants to go a little bit longer. Was pretty well bet last time out, 6-1. And despite going from 6 furlongs to a mile, the fractions at the 6 furlong mark weren't that much slower, only a 2nd and 3/10. So that tells me that race is probably a little bit better than it looks on paper. And number 3, Judge Davis, Terry. This is a horse that has Jose Ortiz and worked out pretty well, maybe kind of come into its own after running in the Nassau grade 3.
Could be. They added blinkers today. They must think that the blinkers will help keep its mind on business. And had a good workout, 48.4 breezing, third out of 36.
And was well bet. I mean, 4-1 odds last time out and a grade 3. So obviously the horse players thought something of this horse. It didn't really show any improvement, though, to me. It kind of regressed across the board a little bit in that race, but it did have a little bit faster fractions. So maybe it bounced back here. All right. Okay, here we go. From Another Mother. Now we got it right, Terry. It's a little bit easier to read this time around.
It is. Yeah.
So From Another Mother is a horse that is coming out of its maiden race, hasn't run a maiden race yet. And as I mentioned, I can't take maiden winners that don't have the highest last race speed figure, though Manny Franco's won 2 out of 4. So I'm all confused. Which one do I take?
I don't know. The only thing this horse has, improved its speed rating the last 3 races. He likes to run on top, but I think maybe this will be a little too far for it.
I mean, hard to imagine the first win comes against a grade 2 crowd. Midnight Chrome, Terry, 5 horse. Going to go back to the dirt. Last time on the track at Parks, put in a pretty nice workout. I'm not so sure that I feel like Midnight Chrome. One thing's for sure, if you go back 3 races at Monmouth, it's probably going to put up some fast fractions, but the question is, can it do it again on dirt?
I don't know. And then this is another one they've added blinkers to, and the trainer wins 20% of the time when shipping a horse in. So we'll have to see what it does here.
And I think if you look at the horse that it lost to, and it was bet a little more than 3-1, so like 7-2 last time out. I think that Zytime is a favorite in one of those races down there at down in one of those claiming crown races today in Gulfstream Park.
I think you're right about that. Yes.
Number 6, Eloquist, Terry. Last time out at Parks, as you know, 1,000,001 times. I am not a big fan of maidens that don't run the highest last race speed figure, and horses that move from Parks to Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, stepping up not only in class, but stepping up in terms of competition track wise, but did run a really good race last time out.
It did, and it's got a really good workout since then. But like you, I think it's a little bit overclassed here.
Number 7, Zandon, as we mentioned, this is a horse that should be close to the front, maybe about 4th, maybe out of the gates, but does have the best late kick. It broke its maiden last time out at Belmont, 5-1. So here again, you have a maiden winner that didn't run the top last race speed figure, but figures to be competitive all the way around the track.
Yeah, and actually the trainer wins 30% of the time when it brings back a horse that's broken its maiden for the next race. And it was bet down fairly decent the last race. Has some pretty good workouts. So, yeah, I like this horse.
I do think it'll break better than it did last time. Last time the comments say that it hit the gate and still won going away. So a lot of times a first-time starter has some trouble like that, bops its head against the gate. Not a big fan of going on with the race at that point. You see a lot of the commentary after that, like gave way or something along those times, especially for first-time starters. Mr. Jefferson is Mr. 8 for Kendrick Carmouche and Michael Trombata. Last time out, not a maiden winner last time out, but an optional claiming winner. Despite the win, the fractions in that race were considerably slower than the previous race at Laurel. I'm not a big fan of the Laurel to Aqueduct angle either.
I agree. It has a really good jockey, and the only another positive thing is it's the only horse in here that's won 2 races so far. But like you said, it's coming from Laurel. It likes to close, but I just don't think that it's in the right position here.
So Raphael asks, do we like the 5? I think the workout, maybe the early race on turf, maybe the first race on dirt, maybe, but I'm not a huge fan of the Delaware, Monmouth, Laurel, then to New York circuit, because generally speaking, I mean, it doesn't always hold up, but many times we've seen it play out over and over and over again. Those horses that make that move up in class and then up in class in terms of circuit can struggle when they face better horses that are used to running against better company. But at 19-1, I feel like 19-1 is a fair price for the 5.
It is, basically. Yeah.
So how do you rank them, Terry?
Okay, the way I ranked them was that I like number 1, Mo Dangal, and then I like number 7, Zandon, and then I like number 2, Who That's, and then I like the number 4 horse from
one mother to another.
Oh, that's it.
Something
From
like
one
that.
mother to a mother. Yes.
From another mother or something like that. I have no idea. All right, for me, Terry, I like the 7 horse, so I'm going with the heavy favorite, but that's just the way things rank out for me. I do like the 1 and the 2, so we do like the same first 3 horses, but so does everybody. Well, I don't know. The 2 horses 13-1. The question is, which horse do I like for third? I was thinking about the 6 horse Eloquist coming off that Parks race, Terry, and then some nice workouts after that race.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Reed, Dylan Davis. It's a tough call for me, but I think I'm going to go with the 3 horse, Judge Davis. I do like Jose Ortiz a lot. I feel like that last race was not as bad as it looks. In fact, it was faster than the previous race where the horse broke its maiden. So I feel like you're going to see a good performance out of the 3 horse. So I'm going to go 7 over the 1, 2, and 3. And if I were going to bet like an exacta or trifecta here, Terry, and I know what you would do in this situation with a 1-1, Terry. Tell us how you bet races where there's a 1-1 favorite or a big heavy favorite like this.
Well, I'll go all 7 and then 7 all. So.
And hoping that you get that price in there, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So for me, how I would bet this race, I like the 7 horse, the 1, 2, 3, and then potentially the 6. So what I would do is in the trifecta, I would go, look at that 1 horse is prancing very nicely, Terry.
Yeah,
got ears up. He's like telling all the other horses, hey, I'm the king here. But anyway,
that's
I would bet this race. I would go 7 on the trifecta, 7 over the 1, 2, 3, over the 1, 2, 3, and 6. And then I would do the 1, 2, 3 over the 7, over the 1, 2, 3, and 6. And if you felt like it, you could also go 1, 2, 3 over the 1, 2, 3, 6 with the 7. And I guess that's what they call wheeling the 7, right?
Yeah. So another thing, the other thing that I would do with mine, I would not play the trifecta in this race, but I would play the exacta again. And I like the 1 with a 7. So I'd do a $10 exacta box 1-7 and then a $10 exacta 1-7.
Yeah, I usually only play the first 2, as I mentioned. I don't usually wheel the 3rd leg, and that's the one that would probably pay the best if it came in with the 7 coming in 3rd.
Yeah.
But, I'll do 7 over the 1, 2, 3, over the 1, 2, 3, 6, and then 1, 2, 3 over the 7, over the 1, 2, 3, and 6. So that's how I would play it. They're circling around behind the gate, 2 minutes to post.
Yeah.
For the Remsen Stakes, and then there'll be 2 left. Terry and I are both alive in our pick 4 tickets. Just a reminder what Terry had. Terry alled the first leg. Which and then I went I had the 2 horse along with the forget what I had, Terry. I had the 1, 2, and there's Terry's all. In this race, Terry to stay alive has the 1, 2, and 7. I had the 2, 6, 7 to stay alive. I have the 1, 2, and 7.
That's right. So we both have the same horses in the second leg.
Yeah, we pretty much are in agreement from here until the last leg. And then on the last leg, we have 1 horse that we disagree on.
That's right. So
hopefully we get there. And that disagreement then can be a gentleman's bet.
Yeah. Raphael's asking, is this race 5? No, unfortunately.
This is race number 8.
Number 8, yes.
I thought he was asking if it was horse number 5, if we like the 5 horse.
Well, maybe, although it says R5.
Oh, yes, so. That could be too. No, race number 8.
So
if you like what you see, again, subscribe here at Horse Racing Radar TV on YouTube. Terry and I are live most Saturdays. As I mentioned, we do a Monday through Thursday show at 1 o'clock Eastern, where Terry and we talk about the news for the day, do a pick 4 for the day. And we also do something we call Box It Up, where we take 4 horses and we box them up for a $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta box, and a 10-cent superfecta box, $25.20. And we've hit a bunch of exactas and trifectas so far, something that we've just started.
Yep.
And then on Fridays, Tom and I, 22-1 Tom and I, we do what Terry deems Foreign Fridays. Today, we're races for earlier today at Wolverhampton. I don't know how well we did yet. I haven't had a chance to go back and look because I had to get ready for this with Terry.
That's right. Yeah. Takes a lot of time to get these things ready and get them going.
All of the paper, all the work in the background, we do at Excel and stuff like that, Terry. I think actually, I'm a little bit of, but all the stuff that goes into it, I think it kind of goes pretty smoothly. I'm kind of surprised that we don't make more mistakes. So the 4 horse gets to the lead from another mother, the one that we could not pronounce, Terry. found its way to the front. And then it's
Yeah.
followed, being tracked tightly by, it looks like the 5 horse is right behind it, Midnight Chrome. So there's the 5 horse showing some
Yeah.
early pace. The 7 horse is Zandon. I thought he would be in 4th place, but he's in 3rd place right now. Outside, the 1 horse is down on the rail. So that's Mo Donegal. So the horse is going to need for the inside to open up, because you can see now that the 8 horse is now putting its nose into on the outside of the 1, right about its hind quarter. So the 1 horse is going to need a lane to open up for it to go through. And I expect between the 4 and the 5, one of them will back off. And it's just a matter of where does the horse get to go. But he saved ground, whereas the 7 horse has been 3 wide all the way around the track, which means that horse is going to run the longest race in the whole pack, right?
That's right.
So 1 horse that looks like it might be a little frightening, Terry, is the 8 horse.
Yeah, he's 26-1 too.
Mm-hmm. So the 7 horse is making its move. The 1 had to wait for everybody to clear. Like I thought that might be an issue for him.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like the jockey's a little bit, well, he hasn't really asked the 7 to go just yet. The 8 horse is pulled alongside. Here comes the 1. The 1 did get outside. Looks to me like the 1 is going to roll right by them all. Yeah, but the 7 decided to get engaged there too, Terry.
Yep.
But nope, the 1 horse runs by them all.
He should.
Well, the 7's coming back at the wire here. So let's see. You don't really see horses do that very often, Terry. It's the 1. It's going to go 1. Ooh, I don't know how that's going to go. That's tight at the wire.
It is. Boy, that 7 came back, didn't he?
Yeah, usually horses don't do that. It looks like it's going to go 1, 7, and 8.
Yeah, the 1 got it.
So we both have the 1 and the 7 as our top 2 picks. And personally, from the pick 4 standpoint, I probably would rather have the 1 horse be the winner than the 7.
And then,
not really. The 7 horse was the 1 horse was the morning line choice between the 2 and the morning line favorite. So most tickets are going to have the 1.
Yeah, and going back, I should have just singled this horse in my pick 6 and went all in the first race, first leg. So I'd be
that was a pretty good, strong fight back from the 7 on the inside, though. You don't usually see that. It's going to be close. Let's see. To me, the 1's definitely ahead. The 1's definitely ahead. I don't know. The 7's surging late. It looks to me like the 1's heads down. So I'm going to go 1-7.
Yeah, I think he got the best bob at the end there.
Nonetheless, I mean, there's really nothing in between the 2 of them. So
no.
A little bit.
To me, the 1 got it. They're the to me, they're the 2 horses that were standouts in there.
And they, they were right there, 1, 2.
Yeah.
So we just had them in different order.
That's right.
But we still both had them 1, 2, but so did everybody else.
So the way I play it, then I have the exact 20 times.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I have
5 screwed up my trifecta.
He did, yeah.
And the 8, I didn't have either one of those horses. I needed the 3 or the 6 to show up there, but
yeah,
neither one did. Yes, so right now they're showing the 1 on top.
Yeah, it looked like he got the head down, Bob.
If they had raced another 50 feet, the 7 horse, not even 50 feet, another 3 feet, because then 7 horse went by him for good afterwards. After the wire.
That's true.
But they only raced to the wire, Terry.
Well, that's what's important, right?
That's where they cash the tickets, my friend.
It is. So
right now we're both alive in our pick 4s going. Unfortunately, we haven't caught a price yet, though.
That's right. And I'm alive in
I don't know that we're going to catch one in the next race. Yeah, you are alive because you singled the 2, right?
That's right. So I'm alive in the pick 5.
Uh-oh. Inquiry objection.
Uh-oh.
I didn't really see anything, did you?
No, although it's hard to tell if you're not looking from the front,
Well, I wonder if maybe there was a whip.
Could be.
Sometimes a jockey hits the other horse with the whip.
Yeah. I've even seen it where they hit the other jockey with the whip.
Well, usually they should do that. I mean, the John Velasquez jumped off that horse quick to head over to the phone. Let's see what the issue is here. The 1. Let me see. I think they're going to DQ to one, Terry.
Did he come
Yep.
over and bump the other one
Yep.
or lay on it?
And probably prevented it from passing him in the at the final strides.
Yeah,
It's gonna be close.
A lot of times when you don't see the from the head on, you don't know that that's happening. And then you see the head on, you see the other horse leaning against it or bumping it.
Yeah, so the one comes down. If he stays in his lane, it's not a problem. But he comes down one lane, comes down two lanes, bumps him once, pushes him towards the rail again, and then really cuts him off at the wire.
Okay, well they'll disqualify him then.
He puts his head totally in front of the other horse's head. If it would have been Ferenzi Fire, he would have bit his ear.
Yeah, so they're talking about it right now on TVG.
And what are they saying? Same thing.
Let me see.
Along the rail, sand.
Well, we can't hear it, Terry.
Okay.
Because then we would we can't broadcast their stuff.
No. It looks like he's saying that. Yeah, he's saying how the one's coming over. Bumped him pretty good twice.
Yeah, and they put his head in front of him actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I made the call early on. They're DQing the one, but I mean he's only going to go to second, Terry.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, really, it was a tight race between either one of them. A head bob away from either one of them winning, right?
Yeah. So for the pick four, they're both
helps a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I lose a little bit more because I'll only have the exacta 10 times instead of 20.
Let's see.
Boom.
Boom. I should be the steward. I've made the call already, Terry. This would be over and we'd be on to the next race if I were the steward.
I know. But they try to be very, very careful about everything. So.
Yeah, but people want careful. People want results, Terry. They want to get on. We're impatient. We're an impatient lot in America, Terry.
It's just like the old days. They used to have to wait until every horse weighed in at certain tracks. Now they don't do that.
I don't think they changed it. I think they let it be.
Oh, did they?
It looks like to me they let it be. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest with you, Terry, because I feel like watching it that definitely the 7 horse was bumped and moved towards the rail. Was hit hard enough to be moved out of his lane.
Yeah. They're still circling them, right?
Yeah, I think they're getting ready to bring the one into the winner's circle. So yeah, they're
another winner by Uncle Mo. So
Irad is smiling. So genuflecting. They've told him he's the winner.
That's it.
So it goes 1-7. Good thing I'm not the steward because everybody who picked the one horse would be really mad with me right now.
They would be, yeah. You'd be on their.
I would be on their poop list, Terry.
That's right, or their bad Santa list.
Yeah, so I'd be getting coal, which is probably more than I'll get anyway. All right, Terry, we'll be back in a few minutes for race number 9, which is the, I don't even want to say it, Demoiselle Stakes, maybe, grade 2?
Could be.
Demoiselle Stakes, grade 2.
Demoiselle, yes.
It's another mile and an eighth, just like we did. So same sort of pattern that we're likely to see that we just saw. Maybe they won't bump much down the stretch like they did, but we'll be back about 15 minutes to post. So probably, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes from now or so to talk about race number 9, maybe less. We'll see you then.
Okay. See ya.
I was so excited, Terry, I forgot to put myself in. How about that? I can't hear you. Did you mute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Terry and I are doing our best Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Hey, so before we get started on Aqueduct, Terry, I talked about that this on Thursday, because we do it every Thursday night at 9:30 Eastern time. We do the Player's Edge podcast. Usually we have a guest on. We did not have a guest this week, but we did what we called the Eliminator Pick 4. Terry, the race is about to start at Gulfstream Park. So if you're sitting at home at your computer and you're on your Twin Spires account, your TVG account, whatever account you use, your Bet Us account, your FanDuel account, however it is that you play horses, this is the Pick 4 that we put together as a group. So in the first leg, we got the 9, the 3, and the 5. We bounced out my 11 horse. Race number 9, we decided the 3, the 5, and the 8. We bounced out the 9. Race 10, we went with the 10, the 1, and the 3. We bounced out the 4, but everybody agreed that if there's one horse that scared the hell out of them for not having in the sequence, it is the 4 horse in race number 10. And in race number 11, we went with the 1, the 10, and the 11, and we put the 5 to the side. And that was our Eliminator Pick 4. 3 by 3 by 3 by 3, which is what 27 times 3, Terry? So it was what?
81.
81 divided by 2, so $40.50.
50 cents, yes.
So that first race is about to kick off, Terry. So, well, before we get to that race, we'll talk about that race as it's going on, just so that we can see how we're doing with that pick 4 as well. We try to give as much information as we can. If you can find it over there at horseracingtoday.net, or if you subscribe to Horse Racing Radar TV here on YouTube, follow us on Facebook at either Horse Race Today, or Twitter at Horse Race Today, or Facebook at Racing Radar, Twitter at Racing Radar. You'll always be up to date with what we're putting out there in terms of picks, because our friend Sean does an excellent job of what I call socializing, Terry.
Yes, he does.
For sure he does. So they're all loading in for that first race over there at Gulfstream Park in that series. So we have a few minutes for the race number 9 at Aqueduct. So let's take a look at what happens in this race and how we do, Terry, real quick.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, this is a deep field. The thing is, none of us picked the 7 horse, and he's the favorite, which is kind of crazy, no?
It is, yeah.
And we don't have the 2 horse either, who is the second favorite.
It's actually the
Bad
2
Beat Brian.
Yeah, that's the one I made the comment on that I really liked. It was my second pick.
And, for all of the selections at Horse Racing Radar, Terry wrote about every pick he liked. Tom wrote about every pick he liked. Sean wrote about every pick that he liked. I put my horses in order of how I rank them. So we'll see how they work out. So we have the 9, the 3, and the 5. The 3 is 7-1. The 5 is 6-1. And the 9 is 9-2. This is a 5.5 furlong race. And it looks like, it's going to be a battle to the lead, Terry. So you got the 9, the 4, and the 10, and the 3 all across the field. And there goes the 9 horse. Who is that on the outside, though, Terry? The 11 horse, Admiral Abe. So right now you got the 9 horse, the 11 horse. So the 9 is 5-1, Terry, who is in our picks.
Yep, it was my top pick. So,
and here they come. The 11 horse I had in my selections as I think the 4th rated horse or the 3rd rated horse. I don't remember. Now they're coming down the stretch now, Terry. It's the 4 horse is coming up the rail, which we do not have the 4 horse.
no.
The 9 horse better find some life, Terry. Come on, baby.
Come on,
Come
9.
on. Do like, here comes that 2 horse, Terry. And the 2 horse is going to win. Damn it.
Oh, boy.
Well, we got
That's
popped.
Bad Beat Brian, my second pick.
Bad beat Brian. Bad beat us, Terry. All right. So let's go ahead and Terry, if you went over to horseracingradar.net, you would see Terry's pick in there. We did that for fun because we had never done anything like that. So we figured we'd have a little bit of fun, and would have been nice if that 9 horse came home.
Yeah,
but let's talk about the Demoiselle Stakes at Aqueduct, a mile and an eighth for 2-year-old fillies, Terry. And as we've talked about before many, many times, with 2-year-olds, sometimes you just don't know what you're going to get.
You don't. That's for sure.
So as we mentioned before, this race will probably look a lot like the last race. Horses that are around 4th or 5th, because you saw the 7 horse and the 1 horse were 4th and 5th, 3rd and 4th. pretty much all the way around the track last time around. So that's what I kind of expect to see again here. If you look at the pace figures here, Terry, that's one way to look at them. I'll put them in another way. There's the pace figures right there, Terry. Looks like Full Count Felicia, Magic Circle will be early out and on the way home. Tap the Faith and Nest. Tap the Faith looks like it'll be a little closer to the early pace than Nest will be. In our pick fours, Terry and I both have the 6 and the 5, and nothing else. So let's run down this race, Terry, from horse to horse like we always do, and then make our selections at the end. What do you say?
Okay, sounds good.
So the first horse is Misinterpret, Terry. It's going to be stretching out for the second time. Last time ran in a grade 1. Was not that great, but didn't run that great either. Did take some time off. Middle of the road workouts for trainer Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I think the grade 1 Archibald was a little too high for this horse. This horse was shooting for the moon there. I know it had won 2 races in a row, but I think that's a little tough for it. Of course, it's got a good trainer in Todd Fletcher and a great jockey in Louis Says.
Well, it is the only horse in the field, Terry, that's dropping in class. In terms of last time ran for 400,000, running for $250,000 this time. So maybe the class relief will be enough. Who knows?
Could be.
Number 2, Golden Essence is a neck away from winning the last 2 at Parks. Again, here's what I've talked about many times. I'm kind of probably blue in the face like the 3 horse right now, but coming from Parks, so you're getting a track upgrade. And then one that's maiden race last time out. So you're getting a competition upgrade. And then its last race was the maiden, but did not run the top last race speed figure. So I have a hard time finding any reason to back Golden Essence.
Yeah, the only thing, they did add blinkers, but I think it's another one that's kind of over its head.
So Venti Valentine, Terry, I remember this horse. We've talked about this horse somewhere before.
Mm-hmm.
Last time out, probably in the last race. Ran at Belmont, won easy. This horse has won a race at probably a little bit lower level than this against State Bred Company. Was bet well last time out. Jose Ortiz gets off this horse to ride the 4 horse. Doesn't make much sense to me there, but maybe he sees something there. What do you think about Venti Valentine?
Yeah, he's the trainer wins 23% of the time when he brings that back a horse that's won its last race. And it's, of course, it's undefeated in 2 career races. So, I mean, it's perfect so far. It's got decent workouts, not fantastic.
Well, aren't you interested? The 4 horse nostalgic Jose Ortiz rides the 3 horse, both of his starts. Rides the 4 horse nostalgic in the maiden special weight win, puts up a speed figure that doesn't compare with either number that the 3 horse puts up, but he stays on the 4 horse. Do you read anything into that?
No, I think maybe it has a little to do with trainers, and he rides or has more commitment to William Mock than he does the other trainer. But I'm not sure about that, but it could be.
But this is a Godolphin horse too. I mean, Godolphin is probably one of the hottest barns in the world. So, I mean, it's not like and the pedigree score for the 4 horse is pounds better than the 3 horse.
Yeah, I agree. And, it has good workouts. So it's 1 for 1. It won its race really easily by 7 3/4 lengths.
I wonder what Jose sees there. I'd like to have the opportunity to talk to him. The 4 horse did win its last race by 7 3/4 lengths, but it was the maiden race number. I would have liked to seen that horse be a little bit more in terms of higher speed figure than it produced in its debut. So we'll see. Number 5 is Jose's brother, Irad. Last time out, the horse did run the highest last race figure, tying with another horse, Terry. It has some of the best pedigree scores in this field, so everything kind of lines up for this horse to do well.
Yeah, and the jockey and trainer have in the last 14 days won 2 out of 3 starts. So it's got, like you said, best dirt speed as fastest among today's starters, tied with somebody else. So.
Yeah, pretty nice move up in terms of the speed figure last time out. The 6 horse, this is something I like to look at, Terry. The 6 horse did run one of the better debut speed numbers at 83. Something I like to see. The horse did come from off the pace, so we looked in the when we did the projected early and late pace figures. The 6 was at the top of the board for late pace there, Terry. I expect that you're going to see a very similar race off from this horse. Again, the maiden, I would like to have seen it run the top brass race speed figure, but it's really not all that far away. It was one of the better speed figures. I feel like the 6 horse probably makes a long, strong run again.
Yeah, and it actually does pretty well with its workouts. I'm not sure which jockey's on it because I know Joel Rosario's
Joel's not there. Yeah, you're right.
So I'm not sure which jockey, but yeah, it's got a really good chance to.
So you got Manny
repeat.
Franco riding the 7 horse.
Well,
In fact, while we talk about it, they're showing Manny on the 7 horse on the screen. So
Oh, I see.
talk
it,
about
yeah.
good timing.
That's great timing. Yeah.
Tyler Gaffleone is riding the 8 horse. Terry, 15-1. It's the second longest shot behind the 2 horse. What do you think the 8 horse can do? Full count to Felicia, aside from the sort of alliteration. In his third start off a layoff, did tie for the highest last race speed figure last time out, but Terry, that was on the turf.
Yeah, that's true. So it's going to the dirt for the first time, I guess, isn't it? Or is this...
First time. 3 times in a row it's been on grass, and it's improved its speed figure from race to race to race, gone from a 61 to a 76 to a 91. Terry, that number is going up the ladder, and if it continues on that trend, that horse could be one to upset the field here a little bit.
Could be. It only lost by a head last race, and
but it hasn't won a race yet, though. That's interesting, and it was not well bet.
Yeah, that's true. It has a good workout. November 27th, 35th best out of 157.
So we both then we both like the 5 and the 6. I think we both like them in the order 5, 6, right?
I actually like the 6 and then the 5.
So you're going to go 6, 5,
Mm-hmm.
and then what do you have behind him?
3 and then 4.
6, 5, 3, and 4. So I'm going to go, Terry. I'm going to go 5, 6. I think that's how I have them lined up. Let me just double check to make sure so that I don't speak incorrectly, which I can do from time to time. Yes, I have the 5, 6. And then I like the 3, Terry. And then the question is, who do I want to put behind the 3? I feel like you have to have a price in here. And I'm gonna go with the 8 horse, Terry, because that last race that move up the speed ladder, I have it ranked as my 5th pick, Terry, overall. Really, I have the 7 horse in there, but I like to have a shot in there just in case. So I'm gonna go 5, 6, 3, and 8 as that horse moves up the class ladder and at the same time moves up that speed ladder. Chad Summers must have saw something that he feels like warrants putting his horse and paying that fee. They pay $200,000 for this horse. So that's they paid $1.2 million for that 6 horse, Terry. That's an expensive horse.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. And they 350. So yeah, definitely the 8 horse is one of the more expensive horses in the field. That's what I'm going to do, Terry. I'm going to go 5, 6, 3, and 8. Hope to catch a price in here, but we both need the 5 or the 6 to win in order to keep our pick 4 tickets alive.
Yeah. And actually I was looking at the race before and how we did, and the exacta paid $530. So if you figured out the 20 times I had that, and then I bet $30 on the exacta plus another, I think 12 for the all 2 whatever. So if you bet the way that I had said, you made $70.
So you're still alive in your top pick 4, Terry. I got beat in that last race because your horse cheated. But I for some reason I went backwards over here. I put the 5 instead of the 6, but I have the I do have the. You told me you wanted the 5 as the other one we did. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You put the 5 in there.
Let me look.
We did it for straight up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It should have been the 6, but that's fine.
Okay.
I'll go.
It's too late now, my friend.
It is. We'll just go with the 5. I mean the 6.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean,
so you're
5,
still
whatever.
Either one.
It doesn't matter to me.
So we got about it looks to me like they're circling around and getting ready to go into the not really, about 1 minute before they're going to approach the posts there. So
yeah, so I guess that the 3 looks pretty good there. Looks calm,
cool and collective.
Yeah, good odds, 6-1.
So now they're going to load the 1 in. 1 is looking kind of perky. Does have a nice sheen to his coat, Terry.
Yeah, those ears are perked up too.
He's looking around around a little bit. He looks like, but it looks to me like he's looking around a little bit.
Yeah.
Like he wants to see what's going on.
Yeah, he went
And
in
of course,
pretty
my
easily.
video decides it wants to go kaput right at that number.
You went in
The 6
pretty
horse
easy.
goes in. The 3 horse goes in.
2.
Yeah, I mean, these should. I mean, they're youngsters though. They're 2-year-olds, but they all should be class 4. That 4 horse looks thick, Terry. So it looks
Sure
to me
does.
like, just looking at him, it looks like the 7 horse and the 1 horse are the biggest horses in the field. And they're off. The 7 and the 8 hustle to the lead, Terry, followed by the 3. The 3 is making him work, and then my computer decides it wants to do the circle thing.
Oh boy.
So the 7's got the rail. He hugged it kind of tight, so he didn't really. The 8 kind of flared out a little bit, which doesn't thrill me for my pick. The 3 horse is 3 wide. The 2 horse is kind of chugging along. The 1 horse on the rail. You got the 6 in between horses and the 4, which is trailing the field, which is Jose Ortiz in Nostalgic. They did the opening quarter in a very, I would say, slow 25 seconds, Terry.
That is slow. That's very slow.
So I mean that 7 horse could wreak some havoc on us, my friend, on our pick 4, because neither one of us have. And it's funny because he's one of the horses that I tossed out of my pick 4 to put the 8 in there. I mean in my picks.
Yeah.
And here they come. Now they're on the backstretch, probably about ready to go into the turn. The opening half in 51 seconds. That is going to be slow, Terry.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Here comes that $1.5 million horse, Terry. The 5 horse.
Yep.
Making his move. But they really haven't put a lot of pressure on that 7 horse, though. The 8 horses moved alongside.
Oh, 2 pulled up. Something wrong with the 2.
Yep. And here they come. Well, the 7 horse just pulled away, Terry. So, but he kind of went sideways. But it looks like, and the 6 horse is running crazy wild, too. Our only chance to stay alive, Terry, and the 3 horse probably just hurt us a little bit.
Is the 5.
Yep, the 5 horse. The 7's starting to die a little bit. And here comes the 5. But is the 3 going to get us at the wire? I'm going to say no.
The 3
It's going to go 5, 3, 7, Terry.
All right, good. Then I'm glad I made that mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So my top horses are still winning the pick 4. Yeah.
Well, not really.
Not really, but because I made the mistake, it is.
So what did I say? Went 5, 3, and 4?
Yeah.
Is that right? So you had it in your last 3 picks, 5, 3, and 4 in that order. The 6 horse just did not fire. 8 horse kind of gave way a little bit late.
Yep.
Or no, I think it was the 7 that finished 3rd. Or did the 4 catch him?
We'll see.
Let's see here again. Here comes the 4. The 6 and the 4. No, I think the 7. There's no way the 4 made up that ground. No, it went 5, 3, and 7. Neither one of us had the 7. Where do I get the 4 idea from?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the one I tossed out of my picks, Terry. Right here, look, you see?
Yep.
5, 6, 3, 7 is how I ranked them. And then I took the 7 out. Why does that happen every time you do that?
Well, that's just, I think, the way that the horse racing gods figure it should happen, just to punish you.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it should happen, Terry.
No,
I disagree wholeheartedly with you.
No, I'm not saying I do that. I'm saying they say that. They're trying to tell you, don't change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right. So let's see. Yes, it went 5, 3, and then 7. So we both had the 5 and the 3. Neither one of us had the 7. I had the 6 in between the 5 and the 3. I had the 5 on top. And then, well, let's see. I wonder what happened to the 6 horse.
I don't know. He
You know what the thing is, Terry? It's 2-year-olds, man. It's anything can happen with 2-year-olds.
That's right. You never know.
So we made it all the way through. We have 1 horse left to go, Terry.
Yeah.
1 race to go. The Cigar Mile, the biggest one of the day.
That's right. It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I have in there. I have my winner. The one I think is going to win. But I also have a long shot. in my picks.
So in your pick 4, Terry, you ended with how many horses did you end with?
4.
I gotta find the pick 4's tickets here somewhere. Yeah, you went 2, 3, 6, and 7. I went with 2, 3, 5, and 6, right?
Yep.
So
No,
race-
I went 2, 6, 7. I'm sorry.
I have you written down 2, 3, 6, 7. 2, 3, 7, 6. I have you written down.
In the last leg.
No, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm looking at something else. All with 1, 2, 7, with 5, 6, with 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's right.
And the looking in that race right now, the 1-horse, the 2-horse Plainsman is your long shot in there. The 4-horse is not a bad odds either. And I have the 3, which is 5-2. Looks like American Revolution is going to be the favorite.
Yeah.
I have the 2-horse as well, Plainsman. I have the 5-horse that is 7-2, and I have the 6-horse. So it's Ginobili is the one you have the 1-horse following C, and I have Ginobili. That's the one we disagree on.
Yeah, and then I said, if you've got the money, throw that 7 in there. So see what happens.
There is an objection.
Oh, is there?
Yes, that would be terrible if the 3-horse got moved up. I didn't see anything there. Boy, Irad is getting objected by everybody today.
Well, yeah.
He's an aggressive rider, though. I
He
mean,
is.
a lot of folks have said he's an aggressive rider.
He-
What did he do? Let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's anything there. Yeah, he does kind of come down a little bit at the wire. But I think the initial move, he comes down twice, but it doesn't look any different than what he did last time, which I wonder, if it looks exactly like it looked last time, it can't be coincidence.
No.
But initially, the first contact was made because the 7 pulled all the horses out. So I think maybe that first move from the 7-horse, pulling all the horses out, might be enough to keep him on the top there, because the 7-horse is on the rail. The 5 is in its lane. The 3 starts to move down. The 7 comes out and really pushes the 3. And then the 3 comes back into the 5 again, but then the 5 pushes him back down at the rail once, tries to straighten him back out. And they both kind of meet again. So I'm going to say no.
Okay. Of course, last time you said no, and then they did.
No, last time I said
you said yes, and then they didn't. Right?
Yeah, no, that I was wrong last time. I put it at 1-to-1 odds, and that's the way that worked out there. So, looks like we have Alberto Ortiz as a fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just kidding. That's all right, Alberto. You don't have to watch if you don't like it. I feel like we're having a good day. We've hit some nice prices along the way. Put out some inexpensive pick 4 tickets that are still alive. Terry put out a pick 6 ticket that the pick 5 is still alive. So yeah, it's all right. The question is, does the 5 get DQ'd?
Ooh, I hate his language.
Nope, it's official. The 5-horse, yes, I got that one right, Terry.
All right.
All right, then. So we have we're live now to the last leg of the pick 4. Terry has the 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Cigar Mile. I have the 3, 5, 2, and 6. We'll be back about 15 minutes to post before the Cigar Mile. Talk a little bit about what you might expect out of that race, Terry, and then the horses that might do well. And we'll make our picks, and then we'll call it a day and see how our pick 4s play out.
All right. Sounds good.
See you 15 minutes to post. Alberto, we look forward to seeing you then, my friend.
Hey.
That
What
was
was
a
that?
great start to that last race there, Terry.
It was that time goes by really fast, don't it?
It goes by too fast, indeed. So let's do a little bit of house cleaning since it's for the pick four. So Terry has it to the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4. So if the $1 pick four, so we did it for 50 cents, so it would be half of it. The $1 pick four is 125 and 50. So roughly what, $62.75 if it hits. The
Mhm.
2 horse is $425 for a buck, so $212.50. The 3 horse Terry is $59.24, so we'll round it up to 60, so $30 if it hits. And then the 4 horse Terry is $210.74, so $105.37. For me, I'm to the 3, which is again 59, so $60. I mean $30. Be a little bit of a loss on my $36 ticket. The 5 horse, $82, so it'll be $41, a small profit. The 2 horse is the one we're both pulling for at $425 or $212.50. And then I have the 6 horse at $140.24, which would be about $70.12. So as long as the 3 horse doesn't win, which it probably will, Terry, I'll be okay with this particular come out. You know, considering how chalky the first parts were, but
Oh yeah, absolutely.
in any case, we're off to the Cigar Mile, Terry, today. It's the last race on the card. It's a 1 mile. The horses are running for a purse of $750,000. We talked about 1 mile races before and mentioned that most of the winners, Terry, were stalkers. I think the first 2 races at a mile today, stalkers won those as well. The post positions, most of the post position numbers were were the 5 and out. Luis Saez, our friend Jesse Vargas, Jesus Vargas won the, and Johnny V are the ones that have won the most. And Todd Pletcher has been the dominant trainer at the distance, Terry. So let's take a look at how they're going to come out of the gates. And then once they get out of the gates, when they hit the stretch, which ones are likely to be running the hardest late. So out of the gate, it looks like number 1, Terry's horse, Following C, will be the one for everybody to catch, followed by my 6 horses, kind of where we disagree, Ginobili. On the way home, Olympiad, American Revolution, Code of Honor, and Plainsman should be some of the fastest horses coming home late. All right, Terry, let's run through the field and see what we think about every horse's chances, starting with number 1, Following C. As I mentioned, should be one of the fastest horses out of the gate. Coming in from Del Mar, ran at Belmont, Saratoga, Monmouth. The horse has been all over the place. Oaklawn Park, well-traveled horse, never missed the board.
No, it's been in the money 7 times, winning 3 of those races. It has a good trainer in Todd Fletcher, and of course John Velasquez rides.
And number 2 is Plainsman, Manny Franco. I like Manny on speed horses. Horses traveled to run twice here at Aqueduct, finished in the winner's circle both times, one of which was in the Ac Stakes, which was at a mile as well. What do you think about Plainsman? I know you have him in your picks, Terry.
Yeah, I like him. He's my second choice. Last race, he ran 3rd by beating 5 3/4 length, but he bobbled at the start. And he steadied at the 3/8. So he had a little bit of a excuse there. Like you said, he won the AC. And he's got a really good workout the 27th of November, where he went 1:03 breezing at 5 furlongs. It was the 3rd best out of 32, and the trainer wins 34% of the time when bringing a beaten favorite back.
Also likes the distance too, Terry. He's run at a mile 6 times with a couple of wins and a trio of seconds, only off the board 1 time. And again, we talk a lot about those horses that are bet very well. And then, this horse was the favorite last time, even money, didn't fire, and then comes back at a price. So I that's becoming one of my favorite angles all time. Number 3, American Revolution. Man, that horse just ran a blistering speed figure last time out, Terry. And quite frankly, if the 3 horse repeats that race, nobody has a chance.
No, that's absolutely correct. And it won by 11 lengths last time. Of course, Todd Fletcher trains it, one of the top trainers.
So I mentioned kills it at this distance. And
yeah.
Yep.
And his highest last race was the highest last speed rating, as we've already discussed.
Mm-hmm.
He has a fairly decent workout the 27th of November. And so I think this horse is the one to beat.
And that speed number's gone up, up, up. It went up from race 1 to race 2, same number in race 3, and then it's gone up ever since. But that 118 is so much higher than every other number, Terry, that it ran, that I worry about a bounce, or B, that maybe the number's inaccurate, because we've seen that before too.
Yeah, it could be. It's got a prime power number of 160, which is pretty high.
Yeah, it's a huge number. But to me, I feel like that 118 is such a jump from the race before, Terry, that I'm expecting the horse to come back down. Doesn't mean it won't win, but I'll be surprised if its speed figure is higher than 118 after this race is over. Number 4, Code of Honor, Terry. This is a horse that did run in the Breeders' Cup Classic last year. I mean, this horse has been all over the place. Was it in Kentucky Derby, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right about that. Yeah, he did run. He's ran at Churchill Downs. I know that in the Grade 1 and just barely got beat.
Yeah, I think he ran. I think he won in the one with maximum security, if I remember correctly. I think he got bumped up into the money when they all got DQ'd. Any case, what do you think about Code of Honor?
Well, he's got a good trainer, and his best dirt speed is fastest among today's starters. He has a really good workout on November 29th, which is a bullet workout, 48.4 for 4 furlongs. And he actually has worked several good workouts in a row. The horse has won almost $3 million. So
money in the bank, my friend.
That's it.
Number 5 is Independence All. So we have American Revolution and we have Independence All. And we have Code of Honor. These horses should be running on July the 4th, Terry.
Yeah, that's true.
4th time off a layoff for Independence All. Last time out, just absolutely mopped the field in a grade 2 down at Keeneland on the slop. Not catching a sloppy track here, but it's 3 for 3 on a sloppy track, running on a fast track today, but looks a little wet in the picture to me. Nice bullet workout last time, Terry. You think the horse can repeat that 7 1/4 length win?
Right. Possible to beat Code of Honor. And anytime the trainer ships in, he wins 22% of those races. So, like you said, he has a really good workout. He's ran at several tracks. He's got a pretty darn good chance, I think.
Well, he's been at Aqueduct twice, Terry, and both of those races, Terry, I think we're at a mile. So He's undefeated at Aqueduct, which means he's undefeated at the distance. Maybe he's a horse for the Aqueduct Mile, right? Just loves that course like that. Ginobili, named after the famous basketball player that played with the San Antonio Spurs. He was the real reason that the Spurs won all those championships. Not the coach, not Tim Duncan, not Tony Parker, not the overrated coach Popovich, because now look at him. He can't win anything. Ginobili, second time off a layoff, Terry. Horse tends to improve a little bit in the second time off a layoff. Last race wasn't that bad at the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, but I mean, he just ran up against a monster and Life is Good.
Oh, absolutely. He ran a good second to Life is Good. And he had won the grade 2 race prior to that, the Pat O'Brien. And actually, Drayden Van Dyke comes in to ride it. So.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen his name all day. So he came for that horse and that horse only, right?
Yep, I think so.
Olympiad. This horse won last time out, stepping up way, way, way in class. I know we both mentioned so many times today, Joel Rosario is not on board. So the horse is being ridden by Irad Ortiz. Doesn't seem to be influencing the bettors at all because he's gone from 10 to 1 to 12 to 1. And we'll see if Irad can bump into some more horses down the stretch.
Yeah, he's won a couple of races, but it's against allowance horses. And basically, I think he's a little overmatched here.
Seems like it. I think Pipeline is a little overmatched as well, Terry. Broke his maiden at Saratoga and then went into a non-graded stakes race. Kind of regressed a little bit, but was the betting favorite. So, again, we've talked a little bit about betting favorites that come back out next time out and have much higher odds. Maybe Jose can turn this horse around into a winner and go home with a big bang.
Could be both the jockey trainer combination in the last 14 days have won 2 out of 4 races. And the horse has got fairly decent workouts. So,
all right, Terry. So I know you like the 1, 2, 3, and 4, but I'm not 100% sure what order you like them in.
Okay, let me get to my thingy.
Well,
okay,
I like the 3, the 5, the 2, and the 6 in that order. So your turn.
Okay, 3, 5, 2, 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like it with the 3, 2, 1, 4.
3, 2, 1, and 4. All right. So got a few minutes left before they run the Cigar Mile, Terry. So let's take a look because you also had the pick 5 too, right?
Yeah, I do.
So and you played the pick 5, right?
Yes.
So the pick 5 with the 1 for 50 cents. Oh, it was a buck, you said, right? No, that was
that was the pick 6.
So with the 1, it's $799. So a 50-cent pick 4 would pay pick 5 would pay $400. I would consider that winning money, Terry. Wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. Yeah, absolutely.
The 2 horse, if it wins for 50 cents, is $1,800 and $1,806. That's not bad. I'll take that. The 3 horse for 50 cents is $221.50. The 4 horse would be about $5,545.50.
Yeah. And I have one other horse in my pick 5. I used the 7.
So the 7 horse would be $826.25 for 50 cents.
Okay, there you go.
Not bad. All of them. I'll take them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would absolutely 100%, Alberto, considering that winning money. And we will never win, Terry. Never, ever, ever, ever.
Oh, I know. Because $70 is not very good
Well,
when you bet 30. So
yeah, never bad.
no, it's
I'll
good.
take it.
2.5 times your money.
Well, you know what that is? That's usually a guy who's getting his butt kicked.
Usually it is.
Playing his own picks.
Yeah, they get
Because
upset.
if somebody were doing well, the idea behind this is to be a community, right? So
That's right.
if you like a horse, you feel free to put it in the comment section. Terry and I will bring it up.
Yeah,
And then, we won't put you down either.
that's right.
So that's not how we roll. We're two kind-hearted gentlemen.
I think we are. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we're kind-hearted, but I don't know about you. I used to be a gentleman. Now I'm too old to be a gentleman.
Hey, do you know what track we're going to do on Monday? Have you decided?
I usually leave that up to you, Terry. So as
I
I mentioned before, Terry and I do a show every Monday through Thursday where we talk about the news. We talk about horse racing news, not just news, but then we do a pick 4, and then we do what we call a box it up. $1 4 horses, $1 exacta box, 50-cent trifecta box, 10-cent superfecta box. So let's look at the races on Monday, Terry. So
Okay.
we'll tell you right now who we're going to do for our Monday pick 4.
Yeah. How about Parks has some pretty good fields, pretty big fields. So
Monday we have Mahoning Valley, Mountaineer, Parks, Remington Park, Turf Paradise, or Zia Park. You want to go with Parks or you want to go with Mahoning Valley?
Mm-hmm.
I think Parks probably gets the deeper pools.
it does, yes.
So
But
you
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mahoney Valley a lot of times will really surprise you with the bigger pick 4s and pick 5s. But I think that's better. I think Parks is better. It's got anywhere from 8 to 12.
Well, why don't we do Parks on Tuesday, Terry? Because they have $100,000 race on Tuesday.
All right.
So and then on Monday, let's do Mahoning on Monday.
Okay.
Let's do Parks on Tuesday because, as I mentioned, they have a $100,000 pick stakes race that day. On Wednesday, we can do Gulfstream, or if you wanted to do, you want to do Tampa Bay Downs? I mean, we just missed $1,000 pick 4 on Wednesday.
Let's do Tampa Bay Downs again.
And then on Thursday, we can do. Thursday, you have Charlestown Delta, Gulfstream, Mahoning Valley Mountaineer, Parks, Penn National, Tampa Bay Downs, Turf Paradise. Let's decide what we're going to do a little later on in the week. I think Fairgrounds. Yeah, Fairgrounds is running on Thursday. You want to do Aqueduct? Let's do Fairgrounds because we did Aqueduct today.
Let's do Fairgrounds.
All right. So that's going to be our schedule for next week, folks. Monday, we're going to do a pick 4 at Mahoning. Again, that'll be at 1 o'clock Eastern here on Horse Racing Radar TV. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Facebook and Twitter and all that good stuff. You can see where to follow us on the scroller below. We're going to do Parks on Tuesday, including that $100,000 stakes race. Tampa on Wednesday and Fairgrounds on Thursday. It's always fun, Terry, doing that, no?
It is. Yeah, I enjoy it. I look forward to it every week.
So here we go. They're loading up into the gates for the final race of the day at Aqueduct. The Cigar Mile. I think the 4 horse is the last to load. Nope, it's going to be the 8 horse.
Yeah.
And that horse is going in right now. So pipeline is in. They're all in. Horses are ready to go. The starter's waiting to give them the call. They look all settled, and there they go. Pipeline goes out wide. Every horse is running really rank. You ever seen the movies like where the horses are running on the plains by themselves?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the 8 horse look like right there. Hair up. So the 6 horse Ginobili is on the lead with the 1 horse Following C. Following C comes through on the rail to take the lead from Ginobili as they go 1-2. The 7 horse Olympiad is right off their tail. So probably about a half a horse separating the 1 horse Following C and Ginobili. They're probably about a half a length ahead of the 2 horse Plainsman.
Yeah.
You got the 3 horse there too, American Revolution. You got the 8 horse there, Pipeline, who feels like it's running wild in the open. They ran the opening half mile in 46 seconds, which I think is probably a little fast even for this level, Terry.
It is fast, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're coming around the corner. Around the corner they come.
I like where the 2 is.
Yeah, I think the 2 is going to be in a tough spot, Terry, because the 3 went by him, but you never know. They're coming around the corner. Here they come. So it looks like it's going to be between the 6 and the 1 right now. The 3 and the 2, I guess it looks like it's going to be the 1 horse to me. 6 is dying off. So here comes the 1. Comes 3, but the 3 played bumper cars with the 2 horse. So the question is,
oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
So the question is, who did what there? So the 3 edges out the 1, 3, 1, 2, and 7, Terry. So you had the top 3 picks right there with the 1, 2, and 3. I had the 2 in there too. I just didn't have the 1.
Yeah.
But the 2 and the 3 were playing bumper cars. So the question is, what's going to happen there?
Yeah, they'll look at it. I don't know if they'll do anything, but they'll certainly look at it.
So American Revolution, that was a nice run by the 1 because the 6 horse Ginobili ever put his head in front of him.
Yeah.
And he on the outside, usually too, if you put your head on front of the horse on the outside, a lot of times they, with the Ginobili, just went backwards. And that 4 horse made a really strong run late. So did the 7. The 7 came charging at the end there, Terry.
Yeah, he sure did.
3, 1. I'm going to say, based upon what I've seen today, Terry, they're not going to DQ him.
Oh, no, I don't think it's going to happen.
They were hitting pretty good down the stretch. I mean, in the backside. So the question is, who was hitting who?
Yeah.
And then, the 3 horse slams into the 2 horse. Pretty good. Makes it a real tight fit between the 2 and he basically just, I don't know, Terry. I think the 3 horse might come down and be good for you on your pick.
Oh, yeah.
Good for me on my pick 4.
Because he really hurt that 2's chances.
Well, he definitely cut off the ability for the
twice
to go in between it and the 1.
Twice he did.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have the inquiry sign up yet?
Not yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. He really doesn't. Yeah, they should take that 3 down.
It's tough to say what they're going to do there because the horse on the rail does come out a little bit.
Yeah.
So, we haven't really seen the front view. But with that 7 horse coming out, it kind of tightened up that hole in there too. Yeah, there you go. There's the 1, the 2. There's the 3-2 objection.
No inquiry?
No, it's up there now.
Objection or inquiry or both?
Both. Down the stretch they come. Let's see. So what happens here? The 3-horse bumps into him once. Then the 2-horse comes out into him a little bit. And then, but he puts his head in front of him. And then, and then the other horse comes out. That's going to be really tight. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do there, Terry, because at first the 2-horse makes contact with the 3.
Yeah.
Then the 3 makes contact with the 2. And then the 7-horse. So if you look here, when they first come out, yeah, see the 3 and the 2, the 3 comes out, the 2, now the 3 is definitely pinching them down. And then I think they're probably going to DQ him. I don't know, though, that the 2-horse was going to win the race, though. That's the thing. I don't know.
Well, I think he might have ran second. I think the 1 would have won.
I don't think the 1 would have won.
You know?
No,
Didn't
because the 3 ran. Yeah, the 3 ran by him.
Well, that's what I mean. But if they disqualify the 3,
yeah, then the 1 would be the winner. I think if they use doesn't change the outcome of the race as because I don't really know that the 2 lost any position. I don't think he was going to beat the 1 or the 3.
Yeah.
So it depends on what the standard there is in New York. Let's see. So far, I'm 1-1.
You are.
So if I had to guess right here, Terry, it's because the 3 is clearing the 2. So if I'm the steward, I'm going to say the 3 is going to beat the 2 no matter what. The 2 finishes third. I think if the 2 had been passed by somebody, Terry, then he gets disqualified. But I think because the 2 does not get passed, I don't think the 2 was going to get to second. And because the 2 doesn't get to second, I feel like they're going to leave the 3 there.
Could be.
And it looks to me like they're going to leave it like that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, it could be, though, the 2 would have ran second if the 3 hadn't done that.
Yeah,
so they could say that.
It's tough. Tough to say. I don't think the 2 was going to catch the 1. I think the 2 would have had a better case if the 7 had passed the 2.
Yeah, they decided the 3 was the winner.
That's because, I think the reason behind that is because the 2 didn't lose a place.
Yeah.
If the 7 had passed the 2, then I think they would have probably had. Now it is official.
Yep.
All right, Terry. So you got the pick 5. We both got the pick 4. And we had, I think, the winner. I think I had the winner in every single race today.
Yeah.
So I'm happy about that.
That's
Any
good.
final thoughts before we get up and out of here and come back Monday from Mahoning?
No, just that it was a great day. I think we did very well. I hope everybody that was betting did just as well. And I hope that Alberto has a better day and wins more money.
Yes, Alberto. Smile, my friend. Life is more fun when you're happy. All
Yeah.
right, Terry, I will see you Monday. Until then, folks, for the rest of this day on Saturday and for Sunday, whether you're at the track, you're betting on your football teams, may every single one of your picks, Terry, end up in the
Winner circle.
Absolutely, everybody. Have a fantastic weekend.